Item 1, time has been set aside for a discussion and update on the Human Resources Director's fiscal year 2026 recommended annual compensation plan activities. Mr. Manager, before we start, I wanted to welcome Councilmember Rocky Perez to the table. His very first meeting, so thank you for being here. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to give you an update on our compensation plan for FY26. Here with me today is our Human Resources Director, Dr. Terry Train, and I will turn it over to Dr. Train to go through her brief presentation.
To all of you, Vice Mayor, members of the council, and executive team, thank you very much for the chance to be a part of the compensation efforts that are underway. This is a complex and detailed process that we are traveling through. And I do want to recognize my entire HR department, every member who they're working diligently to move us through all of this and doing an absolutely great job. What I want to show you this morning is a brief update and then certainly answer any questions that you may have this morning. Let me go ahead on the first slide here and just give you a quick reminder from our April 8th effort where we are in the journey. On our in-range pay placement, we did implement that. That impacted 520 members of our workforce. We then, of course, will be looking at an annual pay progression. That recommendation is in front of you. And that implementation would be in time for the first payroll in July. We then, of course, have in front of us the potential for the market pay adjustments. That would be implemented and impact about 560 of our employees. That's looking at historic data and doing adjustments across roughly 100 classifications. We then have on the chart the rest of the journey. The 4900 project is an extraordinary opportunity for every single employee to use our Workday electronic software system to enter updated information, professional experience, and education, everything that brings them to us in highly productive, high-performing teams. And so we'll be working with all of our workforce starting right toward the end of July to be a part of that project. And that will take a lot of not only tutorial and virtual sessions to teach how to do that data entry, but we also anticipate working directly and closely with every one of our departments and individual employees as we need to do that. You then see we are projecting beyond into July of '26 and beyond that, where it's a long-term, and I'll say permanent commitment to make sure we're always very, very competitive in the marketplace, whether that's individual unit and department studies of compensation, or whether that means really drilling down into certain areas where the market does, again, afford some changes, things that we need to be doing. Now, the next item that I want to show you here is just, again, a recapture of really intense data. And you do have this in the attachment B that was provided to you, the Exhibit 1, for the listing of the 93 disputes. We have that unique process in place for City of Tucson where individual employees can come forward in the spring and go ahead and register either concerns, areas that they'd like more research regarding their own compensation, areas where classifications, job titles, groupings can all be reviewed. And again, we title it dispute, but we look forward to it from the standpoint that it's an opportunity for members of our workforce to bring their best ideas, their concerns, their thoughts. We can work with them. I'll give you just a sample. There were about 11 dispute categories this year. A few of them, just for your information, general information. Starting pay is an area of interest. Job descriptions, market adjustments, market comparators, our newly introduced performance evaluation system, and salary structure in general. So when we looked at the 93 submissions, we categorized them, and that's just a sample of those areas. What we're going to be doing, and this will happen tomorrow before close of business, we will be responding to each of the 93 submittals, and we will be under the category where they have submitted a request or, again, a hope for something different to be happening. We'll be identifying that category, and then we will be responding. What you have in Attachment B is the overview of how we intend to respond to these individual submittals. And then we do, of that 93, have 5 items where the submission has raised questions so that we will be doing additional research. And we've already begun that research. It's underway. Our best hope that within about the next 10 to 12 business days, those 5 that we've identified, we will be able to reach back out to those employees, or to, if it's a small group that's impacted, we would invite them then for either a virtual meeting or conversation about our findings in those 5 areas. Again, there will be, for those 5 individuals in addition, more written description of our final determination and findings as we are going forward. Also, in the letters that go out to the bulk of the submitters, there will be an opportunity if they want follow-up on conversation, if they want to, again, stop in and see us, make an appointment, we'll certainly have an opportunity for that. So that will be included in the letters that they receive. Now, on the next slide, we've given you just a brief recap for your reference and general information. These are the categories that are technically able to be disputed. So again, starting pay, market adjustment, comparators, and salary placement. And what that does is it frames for us the way in which we drill down into any dispute that comes in this category. And then we actually look at the data, if they have submitted data to us that they believe supports the need for a change, then we look at all of that and do that as part of the research. So we wanted you to have these categories easily accessible for any reference or any questions that may come to you. Now again, we've got just a recap and a reminder of our entire comp plan, because there are many steps to the journey that we're on. And so we've got that listed for you on this particular slide. Again, the status, we will begin communication tomorrow. In-range placement, I've mentioned, we have traveled that journey. Our 4900 project, the pay progression will be, of course, on the docket, we hope, for mid-July. And then our 4900 workday project, even though we're launching that, where employees will have a chance to go in and enter their personal professional experience and education profile, that entry point will start right around the end of August, early September. That's our goal. And then that opportunity will be open to people through early February. We know that for some, they're not used to having to recap all of their personal information. We want to give a big window of time for that to happen. And then we would be, of course, analyzing not only the data that's been entered, but we'll use our base pay calculator methodology to really do an assessment for every single employee. So that's a very, very long-term project. We've listed, of course, market adjustments. I mentioned 561 employees. We also have listed on our comp plan submission to all of you the Water Department's skill-based pay and the structure for, again, certifications and movement for those in the Water Department. So again, that's the listing of the categories, the efforts that we diligently are working on literally every hour as we're moving forward. Then we've given you just the recap chart for the dates so that you've got that on the final slide for ease of reference. And again, 4 and 5 relate to what the future can look like, not only as we're doing that data entry for every employee, but we're actually handling that base pay calculator effort and then collecting that information. And so we are projecting into fiscal year 27 and also fiscal year 28 with the energy and time that we have dedicated. What can I answer for you? I've moved through that fairly quickly, but what can I answer not only about disputes, but anything else?
I saw Councilmember Ulick and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you for the detailed information.
Sure.
Just a couple of questions on disputes. I just want to make sure I understand the comments in the far right column about what's been reviewed.
Sure.
With no changes.
Yes.
So there are some that are categorized as, quote, not disputable.
Right.
And I'm trying to imagine myself as that employee who
Sure.
writes in and says,
Sure.
I'm not being paid right.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe they're not using the right trigger words, right? The market comparison or this or that.
Right.
But does reviewed no changes mean you still did review whether they fall
Yes.
according to all the parameters?
Yes,
Okay.
and that uses those 11 dispute categories. And I would agree with you that often the most sensitive is someone submits and asks to have personal review of their current compensation. And that is not a disputable category, and so that's why you see that listed. Now, we also intend, because we know this is a hard project, and in many ways, it's a bit like teaching a foreign language. If you're not living in the class and comp arena all the time, all of this can be very confusing. What we will be doing, once the letters go out, we will, of course, allow anyone that wants to come in, make an appointment. We'll sit and go through all of their individual information. The other thing that we intend to do, just as we've done with base pay calculator training, we've had about 1,100 of our employees go through that and learn about the base pay calculator. Also on the performance evaluation, we've had about 2,400 people complete that. We will also be creating virtual training on dispute categories.
Okay.
And so that we see that as part of the journey going forward, that when we're talking about how we compensate people, the more that we get involved in teaching and opening just really, really daily conversations on all of this, it helps everyone.
Yeah.
And then as we do market surveys, we do studies, then we're able to include our workforce in all of that and answer questions sometimes on the front end.
So what does the employee hear, like the one who might say, I'm not being paid correctly. It's not a disputable thing, but here it says it was reviewed, no changes. What does the employee hear back from HR?
They will get in our letters that go out tomorrow, they will get the reason, the
Okay.
category that it is not going forward, and they will also get a reference. If it's
Okay.
something to city code or policy, they'll also see the idea, if you have further questions,
Okay.
please do not hesitate to contact us. A way to do that through a link, and then we can open, like, let's say we had a certain department where maybe 10 employees are talking to each other and they have similar questions. We'll open up the opportunity. We can do a small group or a unit
Okay.
virtual meeting, or we could go on site into a department and work with a team. So whatever's going to be easiest for people.
Okay, couple more quick questions if I could. We've heard from different employees and groups, of course. One had to do not with I don't think it had to do with the specific cities that are used in but are we hitting the marks in terms of contracts to achieve whatever the contract says? Some may say 95%, or does this get us there in terms of our commitments to labor groups?
And it's excellent two-part question. Comparators, meaning the communities that we, again, relate to, that has been determined some years ago. People have shared that history with me. We look at that every year. What do we want to do? Do we stay with our same comparators, or do we add to that listing? We also, in our memorandums of understanding, have a little bit different listing of comparators because of the nature of some of the work that's being done, particularly fire and police. And so we are looking at that constantly. Then when we get market information back, we look at our memorandum of understanding. Is that captured for 95%, for instance, of market comparators? Do we need to come up in order to capture it? Are we already above that?
Okay.
What are we looking at? So those are drivers at all times of how we review everything.
And those are worked with the labor groups. These are going to be, everybody agree, these are the 5 comparators, here's
What we
our
do is
MOUs.
we share that, absolutely, we share that information.
You share the information, or we come to an agreement with the labor unions on the comparative communities?
All of the above. In other words, right at this point in time, comparators had already been
They're already set
selected.
and agreed upon with the labor
You
groups.
bet.
Gotcha,
And so
okay.
we go with what we've
Okay.
agreed to. That can always be an ongoing conversation.
Uh-huh.
And in many jurisdictions, it is. You
Okay.
revisit that either
Annually or whatever.
annually or biannually.
Okay, final question, apologize. Why is Tucson Waters carved out for the skilled base lens?
Okay. And some of it is historic. I'll turn to you for the history part of it. Yeah.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, for the skill-based pay program, it's only for the utility technicians within Tucson Water. It's not the entire department, as was implied there. And that particular work group is, if fully staffed, close to 80 individuals that cover a wide range of different maintenance of the water system, whether it's pumps, pipes, hydrants, valves, et cetera. And so that skill-based pay program was developed in the early 2000s in order to capture the range of skills that need to be acquired and giving people a self-motivated opportunity to advance their pay as they advance their skills. A similar program exists within fire, within their emergency vehicle technician program. Other parts of the organization approach it more of a tier-based program, but that's why skill-based pay has been existing for almost 20 years. It was removed last year, and we're reinstating it.
Okay, and it's not just in Tucson Water, is what I'm hearing you say. It depends on the type of technician and technical skills and a particular group of employees where that's been applied and negotiated.
That's correct.
Okay,
And what I'd like to add to one of your earlier questions is you asked whether, when we look at the market and whether we're meeting the intents of the MOUs when they set a target, if you adopt the budget and you adopt.
no pressure, Tim.
Yep, that's just, here I am painting you into that corner. If you adopt the budget and the 3-year compensation strategy that we've recommended, then we achieve those market comparators in the MOUs plus 1%. And every individual gets individual annual pay progression on top of that. So if we adopt this budget and continue down the path of multi-year implementation, then we would reach those goals.
Okay, and I'll just close by saying that, despite projections for this year and next year, and I've said it out loud many, many times, I'm really pleased that we're prioritizing employee compensation and doing everything we can to certainly avert furloughs, which has happened historically when we've faced downturns, but just I think it demonstrates top priority to do our very best to try and get through this timetable quickly so everybody hits those marks.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. I think we should take a drink of water every time city manager says when we pass the budget. He said it like,
There you go.
or he said it like 4 times right now. He said it like 10 times before we got into this meeting. So Councilmember Cunningham.
So I just want to know where we are with our labor stakeholders. We've got some things we're still reconciling, but we've got that. That's built into the timetable, correct?
Yes, council member, did you want a more specific example, or?
No, I think the briefing gave us the timetable, so I'm pretty happy, but I wrote that question down and I didn't want to waste it.
We are underway.
So the big question I have is in that negotiation, here's the follow-up to it, is we've got 240 retirement eligible police officers. And we do not, I'm really concerned about retention next year to keep us with enough warm bodies for response and service delivery. So one of the proposals made by the stakeholder group, and I think Command is on board with this, is to front load that phased in compensation increase. So I wanted to see if we are able to do that within this budget that we may pass allegedly.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, in the event that you do pass this budget, we are bringing back to you shortly what an opportunity might be in order to do what you're asking about, which is specifically within police sworn, front-loading it. That would mean a cut in some other space. There is no, front-loading money from a future year does not balance the budget within the given year.
Sure.
So we're identifying what other cuts could be made in the general fund budget in order to accommodate that in year one.
And I think multiple council members have proposed different revenue increase strategies. I know there might be one that you got today that has my name on it, so we can take a look at some of those options. As far as fire concerns, I want to know what you guys are bringing in for this fiscal year is going to meet that 95% at least. That's our goal?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, it would be met over a 3-year period.
Okay, thank you. A lot of this has to do with take-home pay. I think one of the things that happens is that we put in an increase and then we see an increase in deductions. And then it doesn't feel. Over the next few years, I want to put a challenge out there to see how we can increase take-home pay as well. I know that as people have migrated to the HSA, it's helped a little bit. I think there's other options to do that. But when we're counseling folks about their compensation and their total package, we should be talking about their take-home pay as well. For instance, if we go to a cell phone use program where you can load VoIP into your cell phone and we're not maintaining that apparatus, that could be an option where they could receive compensation for that. They would still have a city phone number on their apparatus, their personal apparatus, that would be separate from their personal number, but we could probably actualize some savings out of IT. It'll take a year or two to kind of phase in, but I think it's an opportunity to get take-home pay up, even $5 or $6, but also save us some money on the other side with some of our VOP and equipment maintenance. Second one was I got some information that we're charging for in-house mental health visits for $75 if you have the HSA, but it's free and in network. And I want to get some clarification on that to be sure that does that count against your deductible or your max out of pocket?
And I do not have that today, but we can certainly get that for you. Absolutely.
I'm just not certain that if we've got folks that are willing to engage mental health services through our voluntarily, I don't know if that's an investment that we want to start charging them $75 and not have them go, especially when we have people processing things and wanting to process things.
We will
So
get that
I think-
immediately for you.
I think by discouraging people to go seek those services is actually a bad investment.
Right.
So we probably need to relook at that policy. The last part is, and this is stuff that with the 93 discussions, I think a lot of the feedback I've gotten is we made so many different pay adjustments for entry level in different departments and in different classifications that, so, you know, I'm going to make up names because it's easier. So Sarah came to work in, 2005 and stayed for 15 years. And then Dave came in 2017, but all these new increases were in there, so his starting pay was higher, even though Sarah has more experience and has the same job. And we didn't do it on purpose.
Right.
It's just this weird myriad of things. So on an individualized case, I'm hoping we're looking at those historic increases for entry-level people in the same job. I know you are, but I want to make sure I say it out loud because you'd be surprised how many other people are convinced that we aren't. And I really hope we are. And I wanted to get a little feedback from you on that and kind of walk me through an example if you could.
Yeah, and I'll refer you right back to the 4900 project. We've labeled it that because we have more than 4,900 employees. And so we're calling it that because that means we're reaching out to every single member of our workforce. This is how we will correct this. And this is a very unique effort. I don't know of any other jurisdiction that has done this, where every single employee will update their personal profile of work history, both in the city, prior to coming to the city, as well as education. And then we will take our base pay calculator, analyze using that methodology. And so if all of us were an example, everyone would have your individual assessment of that. And then we will use that data to take a look at not only the ranges that we are paying people, but their placement in the range. That's the baseline. That data baseline is highly unique, and the city has not had that previously with updated information from long-serving people. So that will allow us then to say, all right, this is what we know about everyone who's currently serving. How do we then put that against market survey data about what are the comparators paying in every title? And then we make the determination with available resources, what do we intend to do? So on a couple of the slides here, when we're talking about 27 and 28, that's what we're referring to, is this is the long-range plan for how we recognize talent, capability, contributions, and we do it within a long-term budget analysis.
And a couple of years ago, when my office worked with everybody for the utility service technicians,
Yeah.
because we were really trying to be market-based, but
Sure.
a couple things got thrown out of whack.
Yeah.
I'm going to meet with those guys again in a few weeks, and I just want to let you know that it's a really complex thing.
Yes,
Because
yes.
you've got 6 or 7 different certifications they can have.
Right.
And then you have multiple people with different years of experience and different number of years in those certifications. And so I know it's a huge task, but I just want to make sure we're keeping our best people.
One of the things that can come also as a result of this, and we're hopeful about this, is that when we have all of the database created, we've done the analysis for resource availability against everyone's information. The ideal thing then is we look at our career pathways. We look within all of our specialty areas. We analyze, do we have certification levels? Do we have tiers? What do we have for promotional pathways? That would be the future effort also. And I think a lot of that has to do with attracting the high-performing talent that wants to be with us for the long term. So this will be the other piece of what we're doing.
Well, congratulations on 4,900. It's something that we've needed for a long time, and the folks that brought that in, it's really a game changer for our workforce.
We're excited for it, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. My colleagues have asked most of the questions that I've heard from labor, but there was one that they didn't quite touch on. In the adjusting of the pay range, there's a concern that the ceiling has been dropped on,
Okay.
on some of the ones. And I imagine that has, and correct me if I'm wrong or explain it to me, has to do with the comparators. And it tied in, oh, you're shaking your head. Then I have a second question on the comparators after you explain this.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, the perception that the tops of the pay ranges were dropped is based on what people saw in the system. But the fact of the matter is the pay range ceilings or tops or maxima were not dropped. They were published incorrectly to include a 20% safe harbor on the top end of the range, which is not what the range is. So the ranges and that are market-based have not changed, but when we published the data in the system last year, we had the maximum of the range plus 20%, which was incorrect, deceptive, and not intentionally that way. But when people see that, they see it that the range dropped. In fact, the range was actually corrected to the true range.
Thank you. I remember you explaining that now. And safe harbor may not have been the best terms, but what I understand it to mean is that there would be these people who had been around for a long time that we really might want to go
Right.
above for. So and that's a great thing from our perspective. The comparators, when I look at the communities, Pima County, Oro Valley, Marana, Mesa, it makes sense to me. But I've heard concerns that they were chosen because they were lower than Sedona, Scottsdale, New York City. Can you provide a justification about why those ones were chosen?
I was not here historically when they were chosen, but I can speak to it from the human resources industry side. One of the key drivers when you select comparators is the geography. What are your, again, surrounding areas where people realistically are going to have families and choose living and residential accommodations for the purpose of driving to the work site for traditional on-site work. So that's a key factor in all of this. The other side of this is, where do we attract our talent from? And so those are interesting conversations when we're thinking about today's marketplace. When we went through COVID and we went through really dramatic remote work or hybrid work, that changed some of the definitions to all of this, and that's contributing to some of the conversations. The world has shifted, people have relocated. Now, should we be using more of the local geography? So this is an ongoing discussion. The other piece of it is, how does it impact our budget? So if we are picking jurisdictions outside of Arizona, if we're picking jurisdictions in the northern part of Arizona, are we able for a lifetime to support the economic impact of all of it? Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah.
I know we're running out of time here. I had just one last question, Director Terry. How will HR use the feedback from the compensation plan dispute process? Will any changes be made based on the concerns raised, or will the information only be used to notify individual employees? Like, will this inform our process moving forward?
Yes.
Better our own policies?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, for asking that, because this, while it is time-consuming for the 93 that's submitted, you can imagine when we get the research data and it causes us to raise questions among our team, we will be taking everything that you see in that attachment, and we're analyzing the key 5 that I mentioned that we will be doing follow-up immediately. That will likely be impactful for those. But we also look at it from the trending of the kinds of areas where people have raised issues. And so you'll see that our department will continue to use the data this year as we're going forward, as we do what I described for 4,900. We'll come back, and we have some members of our department that are focusing on not only administrative directives, but also retention efforts, talent acquisition efforts. All of this will help us. So we're appreciative of everyone that took time to submit something. It's very beneficial. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Mr. Manager, if that's it with the item, we can move on.
Thank you, Mayor. That concludes that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, item 2, time has been set aside for the discussion of the tentative budget adoption for fiscal year 2026.
Thank you, Mayor. Joining me at the table are Assistant City Manager and Chief Financial Officer Anna Rosenberry and our Business Services Director, Angel Ozomalam. And this is really just the last update we would have at a study session before tonight's action, which was to adopt the tentative budget. Now, as a reminder, I'm ecstatic that you're all excited about this. As a reminder, tonight's action on the tentative budget sets the spending cap for the city. It doesn't lock in all of the individual details. So when we talk about coming back on whether it's compensation items or other things, there's still a little bit of wiggle room in what comes back in the final budget for adoption on June 3rd. But today is an update on where we're at, and I'll turn it over to Anna Rosenberry.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, Vice Mayor, council members. It's an exciting afternoon, right? Well, I'm not even sure if it's afternoon yet. Exciting morning.
Brunch.
For a really brief discussion of where we stand with the tentative budget for your adoption tonight. The tentative budget has really been developed based on the recommended budget that we presented on April 22nd. We made some minor changes to how the state forms were presented that we provided to you on May 6th. That is the substance of what is put forward for tentative budget adoption tonight. So there have been no material changes, large changes to the recommended budget that come forward in the tentative budget. It looks very much like the original recommendation. The technical aspect of the tentative budget and the importance of the tentative budget itself is that it sets the expenditure cap, or the maximum amount that the city can spend for the fiscal 26 adopted budget. We cannot adopt a final budget that is larger than the tentative. Oh, we missed some words on the slide there. That is larger than the tentative budget tonight. So it is an important high water mark in the process here. We can still reallocate amounts between specific programs before the final budget adoption, as long as there's no net increase in the total spending as defined by the tentative budget. At this point in the process, included in the tentative budget are the amounts that we intend to levy for primary and secondary property tax. We're also working through getting you to the point for adoption of those tax levies later in June. We are proposing the maximum allowable property tax rate for both the primary and the secondary property tax. And there is a proposed tax increase for the primary rate and a proposed tax decrease for the secondary rate. That when combined, our total primary and secondary tax rates will decrease slightly from a rate of 1.0345 applied to property tax values to the level of 0.9963. So in total for property taxes, based on the tentative budget, we would be seeing a slight decrease for property owners. Additional information provided in the memo. We've talked since the recommended budget was brought forward that there would be necessary additional revenue sources. We know that that's a topic of importance, and the next time that we intend to have discussion of that is at the June 17th study session. There's been a fair amount of conversation about it already, and we intend to continue those conversations sort of right after we adopt the budget itself. We've also made some note about parks and recreation investments. In particular, the Fort Lowell Museum will continue its operations, and there were a couple of Ward 4 park improvements. Want to clarify that those will get completed with adoption of this budget. The city's budget for a number of years has included and continues to include an amount slightly less than $20,000 for the Metropolitan Education Commission. It's an annual contribution that has remained steady. It's suggested that funding this amount should be considered under a separate motion at tonight's regular meeting, so that we can avoid any potential conflict of interest for the newly seated Ward 5 council member. So that's an item we wanted to bring to your attention. Regarding employee investments, I think you just spent a fair amount of time talking about the work that continues in preparation to deploy budgeted funds in FY26 according to our proposed compensation plan. And then we make note of ward office carryover authorization. And we're suggesting a slight change to the process this year than has been done in the past. We would really like to get all the way through the fiscal year to be inking actual carryover amounts for each of your offices and ask that consent items be prepared by your departments for allocation of those carryover items with as soon as the August 19th agenda, we could get that done. So those are our suggestions. Next step, again, tonight is tentative budget adoption during the regular meeting, and then June 3rd will be discussion of the final budget during study session, a public hearing, and adoption of the final budget. We've also started to include for you a table of the activities that we know we need to get working on as soon as the budget is adopted, including that discussion about additional revenues, adjustment to our reserve policy, and fixing the levy on property taxes. We will be bringing back our monthly off-agenda financial updates to your offices now that we aren't discussing finances at every study session, and numerous other items. So that's what we have for you on the budget.
And Mayor, if I may, I'd like to add just two comments. One is we talk about those additional revenues. It's clear that we'd be adopting a budget that includes some additional revenues to be determined, and it's okay that they're not determined before June 3rd in the budget adoption, which is why those revenue discussions actually will follow, and we're still looking at the schedule. When these materials were prepared, June 17th was the target. That could be adjusted based on the needs of the organization. And then with regard to the ward office carryover process, the concern at why we're suggesting the change is that we were putting council offices in the position of having to project what their overage or what their carry forward would be before the end of the fiscal year. So you're always projecting, oh, I think it's 90,000 or I think it's 80,000, and then the actual would be something different. We have built in the capacity to allow you to carry forward your remaining funds from one fiscal year to the next. So you don't worry about having that completed after the budget adoption, because the capacity to use those dollars are in the tentative budget. And then you would actually be carrying forward your actual amount and your intended uses of those when you act on August 19th. We think it's a little bit cleaner process, and then you're not all on a different schedule of when you're trying to get that work done. It'll all be done in one action together. Thank you, Mayor. Any questions you have?
Councilmember Cunningham?
Okay, so I put forth a few budget action pieces, and I want to float them now because time is of the essence. And what's neat about some of these is whether they're passed between now and December 1st, even if they pick up mid-fiscal year, they can help. One of them is probably, we're not going to be able to do it this summer for KidCo. I don't want to change it, but if we can change KidCo for next year and do a very modest increase. Right now, KidCo is about $280 a day per school day, $2.80 per school day. And I can tell you as a parent who had kids in aftercare, basically, well, it seems like forever now, but I've had a kid in after-school care probably for the last almost 22 years, almost 15 years. And the going rate's about $120, about $25 a day. It's probably even higher now. But KidCo's $2.80 a day right now. I think if we go just $125 a kid, so the out of city residents would pay $625, which is what the the out-of-city residents would pay $750, the in-city residents would pay $625, which is what the out-of-city residents are paying now. Not only that, we'd make it available to pay by quarter, so that you'd only have to pay maybe $165 a quarter, because some people can't come up with $750 at once. But I think that would be a really good option for us. It would increase revenue about $325,000. It's something easy. I know we'll get a little pushback, but we already have a low-income program that's provided for DES. KidCo's a great city program, and it's something we can check into. It may be better for next fiscal year, so people at least know a year in advance. But at the end of the day, we need to, if we're going to come up with ideas, we've got to come up with them now. The other piece is we should be splitting naming rights revenue on the TCC. Rio Nuevo gets half, we get half goes into the general fund. That's great. I'd really like to challenge Rio Nuevo that they put their $750 back into the asset. So even though it doesn't actually go into the general fund, it helps us with some cost avoidance in the general fund in that they'd use it for their assets. I think we're kind of already doing that anyway, but I want to be able to we have general fund allocations that we have in the TCC that I want to see if we can either delay them or apply this money in the second year of it. So we've had a discussion about the bed tax. Ward 1 brought that forward. It was something worth looking into. There's a number of different nuances to our hotel bed tax, which with the hoteliers really doesn't make a lot of sense, because it would only really help us if we raised our bed tax to like the highest in the state and rooms went for over $250 and we'd get like a big fat $100,000 out of it or something. It's just not, it's too much mental energy. But for the Airbnbs, going to the flat 16.05 actually does make sense. And we'd probably pick up between $300,000 or $400,000. I'm not, as somebody who helps operate an Airbnb, I don't have a problem with that. I don't have a problem with us going to that 16.05. We'd still be pretty competitive throughout the state. We wouldn't be the highest in the state. And again, we're in a housing situation where we want people to make their housing more permanent. I mean, it's great that we have some vacation rental operators here, and they're excellent folks, but I just think there's a better use to that. So I think there's an opportunity to take a look at that. The last one is pretty interesting, and I don't think we can do it right away, but we can start talking about it now, and that is we're not charging utility tax on sewage and on wastewater. That's general fund. That could be general fund money. It would also reduce the delta if we do pass differential rates. So the delta would probably go down to as low as $5. And that way there's some of those resentments that people have about not being treated fairly. I think that would help. So I think that's a really good discussion based on, again, very rudimentary estimates. It's about a $2.4 million increase to the general fund. We floated it to the manager, but I wanted to float it to my colleagues now so that at least we have these in our pocket and at least we know we have something to work with. After that, there's stuff for the following fiscal year, because even if we do all this stuff and we're going to have a discussion about reinstating bus fares, we're going to have all these other discussions, we're still going to be probably in a really hard place to meet all of our budgetary needs going into 27, 28, 29. So I've got another group of 5 other things that I think can help us. And we've got some things I think that we can do. I've talked about it before, about procurement reform and changing some of our procurement procedures. Right now, we have an amazing group of people that work in procurement, but they are working within a system that has been tweaked and torqued and contortionized for 30 years. And so there are so many different rules that actually are counter of each other in our procurement processes that sometimes it actually costs us extra money to save money. And so we've got to probably figure out that discussion. I think that's something that I'd want to challenge staff on. It's not necessarily a budget item, but it is, because I think we can actualize savings. So those are some of the things that I've got in mind. I have circulated a brief summary to each council member, the clerk, and you can have my copy, and the mayor's office. So everyone has, so everybody has a copy of it, and we can go through it. I think something that can guide our discussion in the next 3 to 4 meetings about how we basically stabilize our revenues so that everybody knows where we stand going into the fiscal year, and even know that we have a head start into the 2027 fiscal year. All right? Thank you very much for indulging me.
Councilmember Lick.
Thank you, Mayor and Paul. I appreciate your in-depth work and just, yeah, the concrete ideas. And so I guess my question for the manager and Anna and team is, I know we have at least 6.6 million that we need to finalize what those revenue sources are, but let's say we want to be more ambitious and aggressive on the revenue side of the equation in order to address some lingering issues as best we can. Is the budget ceiling sufficient, or would it be prudent, given the list that Councilmember Cunningham just shared? I would toss in the advertising tax and pawn shop license and fees, because there's a nexus with public safety. So I have a feeling there may be additional ones. Should we add capacity in the budget without, obviously finalizing details until the process plays out?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, there's two parts to that question. One is the tentative budget spending
Right,
cap,
right.
and the other is the city's overall expenditure limit.
That's right.
So with regard to the second part, the city's overall expenditure limit has still significant capacity in it, even if we did move the tentative budget upwards.
Okay.
With regard to the tentative budget, the 2.413 billion, I believe it is sufficient that even if we doubled the amount of revenues that could come in from 6.6 to 13,
Okay.
we would still have sufficient capacity to expend those dollars, because we
Okay.
do, there's an element to it that is a little bit of a nuance, and I'm just going to go into the weeds for a moment. If you recall, under Prop 407, we are funding that out of bonds, general obligation bonds that come in from secondary property tax. We also have a one-time allocation of about $22.4 million that we've been holding in reserve to help deliver Prop 407 to make sure there's no gaps or shortfalls. But in your tentative budget, we brought that $22.4 million in as an expense.
Oh, gotcha.
So we actually have that $22.4 million of additional flexible space if revenues came in over up to that amount, that we could still spend it.
Okay.
Our intent is one time, that's correct. And our intent was to bring it in, and then if we don't use it, we put it back into reserve next year, because we'll be going for the next round of general obligation debt next year. So I wanted to nerd out for just a second
no,
to
I
not just
appreciate
say,
it.
it's fine, don't worry about it. But there is that additional spend capacity that we do not anticipate using that could be used.
And just one follow or additional question. Is it September or so that we look at our enterprise funds and look at fee schedules? And would that only hit 26, 27, or, okay, so usually those are effective July 1 or past, beyond that?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's generally correct. So in September and October is when we plan to be bringing cost of service analyses back for those enterprise funds. And the trajectory would be, after the new council is seated in November, is when, going into January, there'd be the discussion about potential changes to rates and fees, followed by notices of intent in roughly March for a July 1 implementation.
Thank you.
Anybody else? I just had a question following up what Councilmember Cunningham was bringing up as ways to diversify some of our revenue. That wouldn't necessarily impact this fiscal budget. It's more of a conversation to continue having for next fiscal year. Is that what you were bringing up, Councilmember Cunningham?
It's kind of it's both. If we can do it this year, great. But I'm very realistic that, I mean, we're right up against it. in order for us to develop a new plan and a new this and go through all of the, yes, we could unilaterally pass some of these things in theory, but I think that would be extremely irresponsible. We have our own methods and our own constituents we need to talk to, but we can't even talk to them if we don't get the conversation started. So we may, look, if we get 56 calls tomorrow, oh my gosh, that's brilliant, do it. Fine, then maybe we'll do it. But let's be we need to be very deliberate about these decisions. It's not, I mean, this is serious stuff. And when you're faced with a $27 million budget that we've masterfully pretty much closed, I mean, yeah, we've got 6.6 to go, but we're right there. But then you're faced with another 34 the following year. You got to start. We got to work on it now. And this is stuff that if we try to implement early, at least we know we can meet deadline. And we can potentially, I mean, a lot of things would have to break our way, but we can potentially cut 25 million out of that projected deficit next year if most of these things are done. So I think we've got some opportunity here, and I wanted to start the conversation now.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're clear that folks then aren't thinking that we are trying to expand, the proposed budget for this fiscal year, because I think what we're being asked at the regular session is to set that ceiling like the city manager was mentioning.
Madam Mayor, that's correct.
And my understanding is on June 17th, we'll be discussing more about the revenue options and the 6.6. Is that right?
That's the current schedule, correct.
And so at that meeting, some degree of specificity will need to be reached?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, there's flexibility that some decision-making could be made as early as June 17th. But I just want to stress, it's not a requirement,
Gotcha.
nor is it, there's no looming disaster if those revenue decisions play out over the next fiscal year, as Councilmember Cunningham has indicated.
Gotcha.
We have a lot of tools in the toolbox about how we control spending. If a revenue doesn't come in right at 6.6, it comes in less, we will be monitoring that throughout the year. So the key, I think, is where you're headed, is the conversation starting now and the decision-making when it's ripe, and that's all good and okay.
Good, okay.
Right. Thank you, city managers. My closing remarks is that our budget is reflective of a careful analysis and conversation that we've been having at this table for months, and trying to be good stewards of our general fund monies, which is anywhere between $750 to $800 million, as part of an overall $2.4 million budget. billion-dollar budget. In our total budget, Tucson continues to deliver world-class water service through Tucson Water, robust trash and recycling services, and again, being good stewards of the voter-approved initiatives like Prop 407 and Prop 411 to improve our parks, connections, and our roads. In this budget, we are having to make difficult decisions to identify the resources to fully fund the programs that have been a cornerstone for the city, like KidCo, which provides after-school and summer service for our school-aged children while their parents continue to work. Currently, we have over 2,000 children at 22 sites across the city and the county. This budget also reflects an investment in 15 new firefighters and more 311, 911 call takers, as well as the investment that we're making in our employees, as we spoke previously. I know that we are in a challenging position right now. Not my favorite time to be on the council when we're talking about budget cuts and budget deficits. But I encourage my colleagues on the council to continue these conversations as we take the final steps to adopt our budget. So with that, we'll be closing out this item. Thank you. Moving on to items 3, 5, and 7, our executive sessions. Ms. Clerk?
Item 3 is noticed as executive session, Society of St. Vincent de Paul versus City of Tucson, notice of claim number 30766, and is being held pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3 and A4. Item 5 is noticed as executive session, Pima County versus City of Tucson, notice of claim numbers 251345 and 251189, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03, A3, and A4. Item 7 is notice as executive session, CRL Holdings LLC versus City of Tucson, Tucson Water, Pima County Superior Court Case C20245115, and is being held pursuant to ARS 38-431.03, A3, and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session? So moved, Your Honor. All those in favor?
Aye.
So moved, Your Honor.
All those in favor? So, item, did I say item 4? No, yep. Item 4 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Honorable Mayor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this claim for the amount of $40,704.60.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Item 6 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 6?
I would ask on this item that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle these two claims by reimbursing Pima County as follows. First, $22,298.75 for the repairs at or near 7901 West Mural Drive. And secondly, $25,542.19 for the repairs at or near 5177 North Whitehurst Place.
So moved, Your Honor.
All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Item 8 is direction to staff. What is the council's pleasure for item 8?
For this item, I would ask for motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle this matter for the amount of $125,000.
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So for each of those motions, they were passed by a vote of 6-0.
Your Honor, I'd like to move that we move back into the budget discussion for an extra 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah, so before we get started on that, I didn't have the opportunity to say at the beginning of the study session that we wanted to acknowledge Councilmember Paul Cunningham, and on behalf of the city of Tucson, offer our condolences to you and your family on the loss of your father, George Cunningham. You had a beautiful celebration of life last week, and thank you for including your colleagues and so many of our city staff in that remembrance.
Thank you.
So with that, Councilmember Cunningham has asked that we reopen study session item number 2. So I would like to do that at this time. City Attorney? Okay.
First, thanks, Your Honor, for letting us come back in, and thanks for the mention of my dad. What I'm about to do is propose a kind of George Cunningham thing anyway. You try to find different solutions to different issues, and this has been a really contentious one because, quite frankly, I'm the most core value person that would argue that funding a county program is not within our purview. I'm the one who'd actually say we should not do that. But because we had carried this program and because it's part of the public good, cutting them off completely in one swoop isn't us either. It's been brought to my attention that we have money that was actually originally set with the Height Foundation to fund public daycare for public safety workers to the tune of about $250,000. And I've also been speaking with our new Councilmember Perez, who has 3 different sites that Peeps served in Ward 5. And fortunately, Ward 5, under Councilmember Fimbres, was very conservative with using their leftover ARPA money. And while I think that should go to his predecessor, Councilmember Perez has demonstrated some leadership very early on and made the bold proposal to offer $50,000 to supplement that. So for me, I think we can find another 75 and fund those Peeps half for one time, just for this 1 year. And we need to be really clear, it's just this 1 year. Because it's a program that we have KidCo to do, we have other programs for kids in Parks and Rec that we do, but I feel that if we want to maintain some of our core values and be in good faith and negotiate with our community partners, we should try to make our best efforts to fund Peeps at least half of it, half of what we were doing for at least 1 year. So I want to make that in form of a motion that we appropriate the aforementioned and suggested funds to the tune of $375,000 for 1 year, and I move that.
Seconded.
Comments? Councilmember Lee?
I do just have a question. The $250,000 from the Height Foundation, I saw Noemi's request for that, and I confirmed that the funds were not swept for something else, so I feel comfortable with that. I guess how we get the other above $250,000 is up to discretionary funding from the colleagues, so that's why I didn't second the motion, but I'm supportive of the $250, and then however the colleagues want to spend their own ARPA funding.
So there's 50 in ARPA funding, and I'm pretty sure we've got possible 1 or 2 offices that will do extra funding. Once we get below that $50,000 threshold, I'm pretty confident with some of the budget options we've set forth, along with the budget discussion, as we said, forward, and whatever one, remember, it's one-time money. It's a little easier to swallow. So I think we can get to that 375 pretty easily.
Before we go to Councilmember Perez, City Manager, I just wanted to clarify, because we're talking about this as if it's the Height Foundation money to reallocate, and could you clarify how this allocation came to be and what it was intended for?
Thank you, Mayor. To characterize it as allocated to the Height Foundation is incorrect. There is $250,000 that this mayor and council has set aside out of one-time monies to fund solutions for childcare for public safety employees of the city of Tucson. For about 2 years, we did work with the Height Foundation to see if that money could be invested in a property owned by the city of Tucson that would then ultimately be operated by the Height Foundation under a partnership agreement. The Height Foundation walked away from that agreement and did not proceed to coming to a conclusion of that. So the $250,000 of one-time money does exist. and it is allocated toward solving childcare needs for public safety. So while I value the Height Foundation and their interest in this, it is not allocated to them. It is not theirs to reallocate. It is mayor and council's to reallocate. There is no obligation or connection to the Height Foundation. Having said that, the money does exist, so it would be subject to be reallocating by this mayor and council at your discretion. And I believe there's sufficient evidence that there's at least $50,000 worth of ARPA dollars available to Ward 5 toward that. And then the $75,000 absent any other source would come out of fund balance.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yeah, so I second this motion, again, with the understanding that this is for this fiscal year and no long-term commitment. My issue was largely around the timeline and that families had already registered for this program in March, and they were finding out as of the last study session, I believe 2 weeks ago before my appointment. And so I wasn't able to, I think, partake in that conversation. What I know stands for at least my ward, there's 2 classrooms. I believe there's 3 in Amphi, or it might be the other way around. That being said, I think that in knowing how the allocation towards that one-time money was set aside, city personnel did actually reach out to Ms. Height, and they had expressed that there was no objections to utilizing those funding, that funding line, regardless of our discretion to being able to utilize that. So just wanted to put that clarification.
Councilmember Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. So I like to have specificity around things, and so for me, it's very clear, the $250,000 that we allocated, we reallocate. I don't feel comfortable in the motion committing Rocky's ARPA funds. I think each of us have the ability to do that above and beyond the $250,000. So I would feel more comfortable just saying we allocated $250,000. We are going to reallocate $250,000 one time, and then the colleagues can figure out if and how they want to bridge above and beyond that. So I don't know, Paul, if you would be willing to just specify $250,000 or how you want to move forward, but that's where I'm comfortable.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what's wrong with the Ward 550.
It sounds like it leaves it up to chance of how, it's unclear as to what allocations are going to come from which one-time ARPA funding or framework fundings, whereas we can confirm that the 250 will go towards that effort. But us, as council members, still have the discretion to allocate our individual framework funding. So we today, through this amended motion, can confirm that 250 would move forward.
Councilmember Cunningham? Are you amenable to
Yeah, that's fine.
the amendment? And what about the seconder? Are you amenable? Okay. City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. And if it's the will of the council to pass this motion to reallocate the $250,000, and if there's a subsequent interest in any one or more council members allocating their ARPA dollars or framework dollars toward it, well, absolutely.
You'll get a contribution from our office in likely Ward 5. I don't know if any of the other council members will participate.
We'll work with that, and we'll make sure that that's included in any remittance of funds to the county for the PEEPS program.
Right. So, City Manager, I wanted to read onto the record because Mayor Romero had sent a memo to the Pima County Board of Supervisors. I also just wanted to give a little context that when we received CARES dollars back in 2020 was when Mayor Romero prioritized having the city contribute to the PEEPS program to the tune of about $1 million, and that we have been contributing through one-time monies that we would have as a priority. And I know that in these difficult times, the mayor wants to make sure that we are taking care of the services that we've had, like KidCo and our youth employment program for decades, and that those don't suffer any consequences. So I appreciate our colleagues trying to get creative with also one-time monies, knowing that we're just kind of lessening maybe the burden just for this year. But to just read into the record, I'm going to read what the mayor shared with the County Board of Supervisors. As Mayor and Council and the Board of Supervisors each work with our teams on finalizing our fiscal year 26 budgets, I want to thank you for ongoing collaboration on so many fronts, including opioid settlement funds, emergency management services, regional transportation, and more. While our challenges and the tools and resources available to our respective jurisdictions differ, I believe my council colleagues remain heartened that we collectively remain focused on the values and needs of our community and our constituents. Years ago, Pima County and the City of Tucson consolidated certain public services under the oversight of the Board of Supervisors. The Regional Flood Control District offers a prime example of such consolidation, as does our Library District. We applaud the advocacy of the Board of Supervisors to ensure that we adequately invest our library system through the dedicated property tax set and allocated through the county budget process. We also support the recent legislative update to the Associated States statute to include critical investments in early childhood education through the library district tax as well. As you may know, the additional funds the city allocated to Pima Early Education Program scholarships, PEEPs, for quality preschool education were derived from federal funds, first, the CARES Act funding, and later American Rescue Plan funding, which has now ended. At our last meeting, while some one-time funding options were considered to invest further in PEEPs, the City Council was not able to pull such resources from other pressing needs to sustain the $750,000 allocation. We have essentially had to zero out valuable services and programs as the impacts of the state's flat income tax are absorbed, federal funds have been frozen or clawed back, and one-time funds are fully expended. We know those pressures impact the county budget too. Given the library district funding can be set and adopted by the Board of Supervisors, we ask you to consider increasing the administrator's proposed adjustment to fulfill the level needed for our library system as well as PEEPs. We also understand that you may need to work with PEEPs on program adjustments or parameters to be sure that residents countywide share equitable access to and help from the program. I look forward to our ongoing collaborations. I continue to welcome input from you as colleagues as our work unfolds. I have no doubt that in these uncertain and difficult times, the City of Tucson and Pima County can lead the way in solving our most pressing problems and realizing our highest potentials together. Councilmember Ulick.
Thank you. I really want to thank Councilmember Perez and Councilmember Cunningham for just continuing to work at this. At our last meeting, there was some discussion of other potentials, including the VIVA with violence intervention efforts in particular areas. And so, Councilmember Dahl, I know you're very committed as well and have been just relentlessly trying to find solutions. I didn't support that because, as I know we all do, we want to continue to interrupt violence in our community, and you were trying to find the best source. I will be voting in support of the motion. I think that I know we don't have more ARPA funds in Ward 6, but I really appreciate, again, I mean, you're 2 weeks in, right? And you're also happen to be, I guess with Paul, our education specialist in many respects, and I know that you understand the value of PEEPs. So I just wanted to say I'll be voting in support of the motion.
Councilmember Perez.
And to reiterate the point that you made before, the intention is not to continue that $750,000 commitment. And even in making this motion, the intention is not to somehow find a way to this fiscal year meet that $750,000 commitment. And so what we have committed to through that 250 plus the additional from our framework budgets is really to try to meet that need as identified through, specifically for me, Ward 5 and Councilmember Dahl's district, or ward.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Based on just kind of reading the tea leaves, I think it's going to come in around $335,000 total. Best guess. We'll see how that ARPA piece comes in through these three offices, but that's where it's going to come in. A little short. Well, I wanted to get to half, but it's a responsible decision by the council to do it this way. So I'm on board, and I want to thank everyone for lending me their ear this past week in discussing this issue.
All right, so with that, we'll, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. All right, so moving on, I am requesting that we move item 12 up so that we can do the PFAS update, if that's okay with everyone. All right, so item 12, Tucson Water will provide an update on the management of PFAS. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just here is Water Director John Kamik to give you the quarterly update.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of council. This is the first quarter of 2025 quarterly update for PFAS. The City of Tucson continues its comprehensive response to per and polyfluoroalkyl substance, also known as PFAS, contamination that we have discovered in our groundwater supplies. This first quarterly update for 2025 highlights the regulatory developments, operational responses, infrastructure projects, and coordination with federal and state agencies. As a reminder, the water that Tucson Water serves continues to remain PFAS-free. Years of diligence and testing of all of our supplies have identified those areas of concern in our local aquifer where PFAS impacts persist, and we continue to avoid those areas for groundwater withdrawal. On the regulatory side, on April 10th of 2024, the EPA finalized the National Primary Drinking Water Regulations for 6 PFAS compounds, setting a maximum contaminant levels for PFOA and PFOS, as well as 4 other compounds under a hazard index for those mixtures. In that 2024 announcement, water systems must monitor for PFAS compounds by 2027 and implement treatment solutions by 2029 if levels exceed those limits. There has been a recent change in that in the last 10 days regarding that. The EPA has rolled back some of those criterias due to mostly outcry from water utilities across the country. But that'll be an update in the next quarterly report as I define what those changes are. But the most important part is Tucson Water has proactively adjusted its internal guidelines to levels below the federal contaminant levels and removed 22 wells from service due to PFAS contamination, as well as 8 additional wells are on emergency standby. So from January to March of 2025, over 275 water samples have been collected and analyzed for PFAS. And our internal guidelines are still more conservative than the federal government, and we have no anticipation of changing that at all. On the groundwater cleanup efforts going on around the community, Randolph Park Treatment Facility, which is located Broadway and Alvernon area near the golf course. Initial drilling completed in 2024 was unfortunately insufficient in producing large amounts of water necessary for the treatment process. So we are continuing a search and working with the state of Arizona for a supplemental well. So that'll end up being a 2-well system once that treatment facility is done. At TARP and the Advanced Oxidation Pretreatment Project that is out there, that is being supported by $25 million in funding from ADEQ. And construction did begin this January 2025 with a completion expected by August of 2026. This project will add a pretreatment facility to the TARP Advanced Oxidation Plant for the specific use of removing PFAS from the recovered groundwater supplies entering the facility. On the Air Force and National Guard, pivoting to what some of the other federal partners are doing, investigations are still ongoing at Air Force Plant 44 and Morris Air National Guard Base. Both the Air Force and Air National Guard are engaged in phased remedial investigations in cooperation in conjunction with the EPA and pilot treatment studies for the areas that they're impacted. The Central Tucson PFAS project, this is a project located just outside of Davis-Monthan and is operated by the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. This project was temporarily shut down in early 2025 due to a funding lapse with the Air Force, between the state and the Air Force. A new funding agreement is under discussion between those two entities, and we anticipate that plant will return to operations soon. And moving over to the northwest side, the Northwest Wellhead Treatment Facility, it was approved by Mayor and Council in late 2023. Active development continues this year with well drilling and site preparation. This project will return 3 Tucson water wells back into production, but with advanced treatment processes. Designing of the facility will be occurring within the next few months. And on the federal side, in May of 2024, the EPA issued an emergency administrative order requiring the Air Force and Air National Guard to submit long-term treatment plans. The U.S. Air Force originally disputed the order, arguing no immediate health threat exists as TARP-treated water is not currently consumed. Nonetheless, they have reaffirmed their commitment to remediation under the CERCLA protocols. As a reminder, the Department of Defense directive issued in September of 2024 instructs all service branches to prioritize cleanup actions consistent with Safe Drinking Water Act standards and CERCLA framework. Tucson Water presented its PFAS mitigation efforts during a January 2025 community meeting of the Unified Community Advisory Board. The city continues to participate in national litigation regarding the AFFF-related PFAS contamination and has submitted damage claims, which are under evaluation, and we are expecting a proposed resolution in the near future. So, Honorable Mayor and council members, this update report reflects Tucson Water's commitments to safeguarding public health through proactive monitoring, infrastructure investment, regulatory compliance, and interagency collaboration to address the persistent issue of PFAS contamination.
Thank you, Director John. Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Kamik, I am so proud of Tucson. I'm so proud of you and your staff for being ahead of this issue, and it frightens the heck out of me that the federal guidelines are being pulled back just because less organized, poor planning water utilities are screaming. To your knowledge, is there, as an expert in this subject, is there any health reasons for pulling, are we endangering more people's health by pulling back the regulations at a federal level?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, this was, I would say from professional perspective, this was somewhat anticipated, particularly on the 4 compounds that were added to PFOA and PFOS. So PFOA and PFOS are still going to continue under their maximum contaminant level. But there was 4 additional compounds that are relatively new. And it did not surprise me that they were being rolled back, primarily because a lot of in-depth, multi-year toxicological research has not been fully completed yet. So there is some gray area there. So until that research is done, until those defendable values are ended up development, then I anticipate that those will come back.
So they were added as a precautionary, which is the way we should operate when we're talking about people's health and the absolute need for clean water. But again, thank you for your work and thanks for the report.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Thank you very much, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, so we'll move on to item 9. Mayor and council have been asked to provide direction relating to the impact fee alternate fee schedule and to direct staff to bring back the ordinance and fee schedule for adoption. Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, joining me here at the dais will be Business Services Director Angel Ozomalam and Planning and Development Services Director Corin Manning. We're getting toward the tail end of this process where what we're seeking from you today is we'll be providing you an update on some information relative to getting close to bringing it back for fee enactment in the very near future. And so subsequent to the presentation that we would be seeking a motion to proceed to the next step as recommended. So with that, I will turn it over to staff to give you the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Okay, before you is the agenda for the discussion on development impact fees. I will begin with an overview of the fees. Then Corin will give you information on stakeholder feedback. Then I will come back in and discuss the fee schedule options and our next steps in the process. All right, development impact fees. They are one-time payments that are used to fund the capital improvements, providing additional capacity necessitated by future development. These fees, when collected, cannot be deposited into the general fund. They cannot go towards funding ongoing operations. They cannot be used to correct infrastructure deficiencies unless there is a funding plan in place to do so. The funds are deposited in a separate account that are earmarked simply for development-related infrastructure, for public safety, for transportation and parks and recreation, and also to provide public safety activities within the new development. Stakeholder feedback? Yes.
So we presented the proposed development impact fees to mayor and council several months ago, or about a month ago. In the interim, we've had a few different engagement with stakeholders. These were presented at a number of stakeholder meetings for feedback. Some of the feedback that we heard was just concerned about these increased fees and how that could affect housing supply in our community. Increased fees could mean less housing gets developed, and the costs are passed on to homeowners and tenants. So I would say the feedback was generally just around increased costs of development that we're seeing across the board, caused somewhat by labor shortages as well as just increased construction cost in general. There was also some questions regarding methodology, that we were able to discuss and answer for stakeholders. Some of the suggestions that we heard from stakeholders were to adopt lower fees, lower than the maximum that were allowed per the impact fee study, or consider a phase-in schedule, and also to look at expanding some of the incentives that we have, including our mixed-use incentive. So based on that feedback, we have proposed a phase-in approach, which Angel will present.
All right, we're looking at the phased-in fee schedule for residential fees. The upper half of the slide reflects the proposed fees along with the current rates, the rates that are in effect right now. We will notice that the increases range from 41% to 46% for the residential, new residential fees. The second half of the slide reflects the phase-in approach to the implementation of these fees. We have an 80% approach, then added, which means we will be implementing 80% of the individual fees for the various units. Then in the second year, we will be implementing an additional 10% for a rollout of 90% of the new fees. And in the last year, we will be implementing an additional 10% for 100% of the new fees. And that's for the residential fees. I go now to the non-residential fees, and that's a little bit different. Mayor and council will notice that there are some red areas in this slide under the increase-decrease. The red areas reflect a reduction in the fees for the various units under the non-residential plan. The second half of the slide reflects, again, the phase-in approach to the implementation of these fees. We have 80% implementation in the first year, for an additional 10 in the second year, an additional 10 in the second year for a 90% implementation, an additional 10 in the third for 100% implementation. Mayor and council will notice that for the, I wish I had, I could operate the pointer here, but mayor and council will notice for the areas with the red or where the decreases occur, if we look closely, we will notice that the rates, the implementation would fall lower than the existing fees. And I take us to the next slide. Where is it? Okay. Yeah, I want to go for the next slide. No, it's not there. It's not there. There should have been a slide. I'm thinking your handouts may have the slide included. Under the non-residential fees, you should have a slide number 6 that was distributed earlier. There we go. You will notice if we look at the second half of that slide, and pardon me that this was not included in our presentation. If you look at the second half of that slide, you will notice that there are areas where we have 80-10-10 implementation, but there are areas where we have no phase-in implementation, meaning since the new rates are decreased from the current rates, we are recommending full implementation of these reductions because the rates are already reduced from what we have. If we go with an 80, could you pass it down to her? I don't think she has one. Mayor, I don't know the mayor has one. Does she have? Okay. All right, if we phase in at the 80-10-10 where the fees are reduced, we're phasing in below the current rates. And as such, we recommend a no phase in, but a rather direct implementation of these reduced rates. And we go to the next steps. The adoption of the fees will take place on June 3rd for an effective date of August 18th. Once the fees are adopted, we will implement the new fees on August 18th, and that would be based on the preference of the rollout that the mayor and council allows us to implement or to recommend.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, just to clarify the PowerPoint, the handout that happened today at the table includes the slide that Director Ozumama was referring to. You just happen to have two slides labeled slide number 6. So that was a little bit of the confusion there. As a little bit of wrap up on stakeholder input, 2 points I want to emphasize. Fees that are calculated to go down would go down right away. Fees that are calculated to go up would be phased in to go up over a 3-year period. And during a recent stakeholder meeting, just a little sidebar, there was a counter proposal on the phase-in that once they realized it was actually, they were proposing them to go up faster than city staff were, they withdrew their counter proposal, realizing that we'd already given a very generous phase-in over the 3 years. But if they want to go back to their proposal, we're happy to do it. But with that, we're just seeking direction to bring back the fee tables as presented, or if any modifications, and for adoption with the ordinance at the next meeting.
I'll move that forward.
Second?
Okay, comments?
Yes, Your Honor.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Ulick.
There's a couple pieces to this, and let's go to the first slide, because I think it's really important that we get a lot of this on the record. One of the things that we can't use development impact fees for is to finance ongoing operations or maintenance and rehabilitation costs. And it becomes a big problem for us specifically in parks, where we have to basically go through an entire process, include consultants and soft costs as well as an architect, just to build a new bathroom, when really all we need to do is, fix up a bathroom. And it would be really nice to have access to those fees. We've gone round and round at this table for years and years and years on how do we buy flexibility with our impact fees? Because in some areas, it's not really a priority to expand assets. It's a priority for asset management. And we don't get to do any asset management with impact fees. So in talking to the stakeholders, it wasn't 2 weeks ago, it was a month ago. It was the last item on the agenda. And I sat right there and challenged them from the dais. Why don't we meet and talk about flexibility? And what could we do? And they followed through, and we had a meeting, we had a discussion. And it was pretty fruitful in that maybe there is, I talked about possibly increasing the construction sales tax. We can't do that. That would require a voter approval. It's just a road we can't go down. But built into the statute that governs impact fees is an opportunity to implement individualized impact fees on every project and create some type of alternative that would be a little lower than the impact fees, but would buy us some flexibility with the money for like a construction sales tax supplement or an impact supplement. And we could put it into roads, parks, we could put it into those 4 services. It would have to pass the eye test, and there'd be some options to do it. I think there's an avenue to get there. It's a little early, but what I'd ask the council is, I totally agree with the motion, but instead of implementation hitting August 18th, I'd ask to give us to December 1st to see if we can put that in. It's only an extra like 90 days, 60 days. So it gives us some time. It shows that we're trying. It also gives us an avenue to possibly adjust some fees for ADUs, which I think needs to be done, especially in this incantation. Right now, our impact fee for structures under 750 feet, including ADUs, will be higher. And I'm very concerned about that. So I think there's two pieces to this. If we don't want to do the delay, that's okay, but it might help us as we kind of discuss and negotiate whether or not we can do this supplement. By the way, the idea as it's being fleshed out is it would only be allowed in conjunction with the council office, and when projects with this alternative schedule would come through, it would have to be approved by mayor and council. So you couldn't get it, you'd just pay the regular impact fees unless the council member wanted to give you that opportunity for the flexibility. So in an area where you're building something near an existing park that has some deferred maintenance, the council member may want you to support going into the alternative and having some flexibility with this funds. Whereas if you're building out an open space where we need to build a new park, we want to go to our actual schedule. So there'd be things like that that would go in, but I think we have an opportunity here to meet with this community and try and come to some medium, because this kind of fight over impact fees backfired about 20 years ago, where the use of them became so restrictive that we don't really do a lot with them. They actually just get programmed into bond programs that's great, except that those cost overruns are never allowed to be used for that asset management piece, which I've talked about at this table several times. So I'm totally on board with the motion. I want to make a friendly amendment to delay it to December 1st and give us some time to negotiate this third rail. If it doesn't fill out, if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. We lost 30 days. There's going to be maybe one project filed in between that time frame. But two,
Councilmember Cunningham, did you say December?
yeah, December 1st.
How does that delay all of this? Because I think we're being asked to adopt this by June.
No, we're June, but they'd go into effect October 24th. Was it August 18th. August 18th. They'd go in August 18th. I want to change the August 18th date to December 1st. That's all. It's the only thing I'm asking.
Councilmember Lee and then Councilmember Ulick.
So, as I understand it, this is something we were talking about doing when COVID hit, and it got delayed till now. Is that right? Because I thought we decided to delay this.
Councilman Lee, Vice Mayor, members of council, we did make an update to our impact fees in 2020 amidst COVID. And at that time, we also looked at implemented a phase-in, an emergency relief schedule. So in 2020, we basically kept the fees the same for a year. And 1 year later, in 2021, Mayor and Council did decide to go to the maximum fee rate. Okay. So we have looked at phase-in approaches in the past, but we are due for an impact fee update. It's required by state statute every 5 years. So we are, I do believe we need to have an effective date in August. That August 18th date is driven by our previous adoption date. So to make that later, beyond August 18th, would require Mayor and Council to take action to re-adopt the existing fee schedule, I believe.
That suggestion is withdrawn then. I was thinking we had till August 18th next year because we did you see what I did. Yeah.
That was my second question, is do we even have the opportunity to do that? My third question was, what does Mr. Rankin think about everything? But I think, yeah. Feel free.
You're on track now.
Okay, we're good. Thank you.
Councilmember Ulick?
I was going to ask about how, can you remind me, so every 5 years we conduct this study, so I think, Paul, that you're offering some interesting ideas that sound sort of complex and may be workable and maybe, straightforward to you because you've thought about it a long time. I'm just kind of trying to digest it. I would suggest that working with stakeholders, looking toward our next update, that those are the kinds of things that we might explore. So I'd be in favor of moving forward with this, with the phase-in,
No, that's fine. We've got to do it. But I want to find that 6 inches of daylight for
Yeah.
some flexibility.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we move forward. Thank you, Corin. All right, so moving on to item 10, Mayor and Council are requested to review the final report of the City of Tucson Energy Sourcing Study. So before we open it up to the manager, I just wanted to get on the record that the energy sourcing study was undertaken as part of the implementation of Tucson Resilient Together, our climate action and adaptation plan. The City of Tucson held a series of town halls in both English and Spanish, and thank you for the recommendations that came out. At this time, there are also conversations happening in the community regarding potential ballot language for a franchise agreement and a parallel energy collaboration agreement. These are not directly related to the energy sourcing study, but I wanted to take this opportunity to make sure that our community is aware of those conversations and for us all to work towards a robust energy collaboration agreement. Tucson residents can continue to provide input on what they would like to see in the energy collaboration agreement through call to the audience or emailing your council member or Fatima Luna, our Chief Resilience Officer. So with that, Mr. Manager, can you please explain the options we have in front of us?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. So joining me here at the table are our Chief Resilience Officer, Fatima Luna, and our Energy Manager, Michael Catanzaro. And they're largely responsible for working with our consultants, GDS, to bring this energy sourcing study to fruition. And as noted in Tucson Resilient Together, the goal is a carbon-free energy future, both for the city but also for the community writ large. And the energy sourcing study explored a number of different ways that alone or in combination could reach those goals. This could include as bold as an action as municipalizing public power in Tucson. It could be community choice aggregation of energy or making advances to make that legal in Arizona. It could also include how we buy our energy from TEP. Not all of it comes from TEP, but much of it does. And I'm just going to note that in the budget that I'm hoping you will adopt later tonight is funding to go onto the green tariff that would actually get our city operations onto green energy. And things like microgrids and solar battery backups and all those things that you've asked us to explore and are subject to those discussions we are having with TEP as part of the Energy Collaboration Agreement and related sub-agreements. So all options remain on the table. This report provides a great foundation that shows that all of those options are feasible to one degree or another, not that they don't come with challenges and different opportunities, but our energy future remains in our hands. And after we present the report for today, we will stay focused on what the mayor mentioned in her opening comments, in that we'll be working closely with TEP on that energy collaboration agreement to make sure that we get some significant momentum for the community in the near future. With that, are we going straight to the consultant, or would you like to go? Okay, with us today is GDS Associates Online, and they have a presentation. So we'll have the consultants who did the report present, and then Fatima and Michael are here to guide the discussion from there. With that, GDS.
Okay, can everyone hear me well?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time today and for the opportunity to serve you and the city of Tucson. My name is Matthew Butler. My colleague Amber Geschwind and I will be giving the presentation today. We also have online Howard Choi from GDS and Chad Colton from the BBK law firm. Let's start with a very quick recollection of where we've been. The study was initiated on August 29th of last year. We've had 3 separate public meetings in October, February, and then in April to present the study findings. We met with Mayor and Council back in January to give a status update and are now providing this final presentation today, May 20th. The purpose of the study was to assess the financial feasibility and, to a lesser extent, the legal feasibility of various solutions that the city is considering. It's important to note that this effort did not include a formal risk assessment or implementation plan. Okay, Amber, are you ready for me to turn it over to you to talk about the results and inputs for municipalization and CCA?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay.
Okay, so the first important input to the feasibility for both the municipalization study and the CCA study is an estimate of what the power supply cost might be. And so as part of that analysis, we obtained load data from TEP for the city's residents and businesses. And then we applied some hourly load shapes. So here's an example on this chart. For summer weekday, what an hourly load shape might look like in the city. And then we priced that over the forecast study period. We started with the assumption that in year 1, the city might be able to achieve 50% renewable, and then meeting that 100% renewable goal by 2045. The chart on the right shows a high-level breakdown of the power supply cost forecast. So again, this applies to both the municipal and CCA options. So included are solar energy capacity, the needed transmission costs to move the power into the city to serve residents. Next slide. Okay. So right into it, here's a chart comparing the forecast of revenues that TEP would collect from city customers over this chart. We looked at 20 years, but this is just showing the first 10. So this is based on a forecast of what their retail rates are going to look like based on what they said in their resource plan. And then those bars in this chart are showing the estimated cost for running the municipal utility. So this includes all of the costs that the city would incur, including power supply, borrowing to acquire the needed assets, transaction costs, ongoing investment in the system, O&M, customer programs. So the difference between that red line of revenues and the expenses, that could be seen as the benefit to ratepayers if the city chose to provide rates that are lower than what TEP is currently projected. Next slide, please. So again, if we're maximizing bill savings to residential customers, this chart compares the annual bill savings under the two scenarios we looked at. And this is with regard to the cost of acquiring the system. So the blue bars, that's the replacement cost value of the system. So it's a higher value, so the savings are less. And those red bars are the original cost or book value of the system that would be needed. So this is a lower cost or price for the system. So therefore the savings are higher. So range of savings over time, increasing. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so next we looked at the community choice aggregation option. So just to recap, what is the CCA program? It's where community, could be a city or county, would join together, maybe going with other jurisdictions to provide just the power supply portion of the electricity service to residents. So TEP would retain the distribution system, and customers would continue paying TEP rates for those use of that system, and then would be able to obtain their power supply or their generation through a CCA program. And this allows for more choice in what power supply options are available. Next slide. So feasibility for CCA, since there is no current enabling legislation or regulatory framework within the state, we base the financial feasibility assuming some sort of optimal program construct based on our experience in this area. And so the key factors are summarized here on the left-hand side. Basically that the CCA is primarily unregulated, except through its own board, and is able to purchase power supply without any interference. So this is a similar chart as the municipal one, a little less detailed because there are fewer associated costs with running the program. You don't own any poles and wires. So primarily it's the CCA expenses are related to power supply. There's some operating costs, some debt service on working capital. And then again, comparing to TEP revenues over the same time period. The TEP revenues in this chart are for the generation or power supply portion of the bill only. So we're comparing apples to apples. And this showing that under this construct, the CCA program is feasible. Next slide. Okay, back to you, Matthew.
2 more slides. The study also assessed the viability of the TEP Green Energy Tariff, a continuation of the city's excellent pursuit of favorable solar service agreements, and the consideration of virtual power purchase agreements, all in an effort to continue to meet goals for the city's municipal electricity consumption or utilization. The results all indicate that all 3 are viable options and should be utilized in various measure as they each have different risk profiles and limitations. Lastly, a few words about microgrids in the city. There are really 2 main conclusions. The first one is that microgrids are technically valuable and financially feasible, but only when 2 or more of the following conditions are present. Service reliability is low, reliability need is high, and the microgrid can provide resiliency for local critical load and capacity and energy to the grid. The second takeaway is that in all cases, deployment of microgrid solutions would benefit from, or at least require some degree of collaboration with TEP, as their interconnection policies must be complied with in any microgrid deployment. So that's the end of our presentation. Happy to take questions and continue the dialogue.
Thank you, GDS, for the presentation. And with that, we'd be glad to entertain any questions or comments from council.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. I think it's important to have the report in hand and all the information contained. And I think the microgrids piece is particularly interesting just at this juncture, given the added steps required for the other options. And I'm curious about not only microgrids. I'm really curious about what is going to be proposed in our collaborative agreement. And I think that hopefully it'll contain things of enormous value that the community can recognize and support. Having said that, I mean, I suppose I would suggest that we accept the report for our file and information and for reference and potential action moving forward. I think it's a lot to digest and to consider. But again, with the microgrids, I think that's interesting because it sounds to me like even that could be something that would be considered in our collaborative agreement and something actionable sooner rather than later, not to rule out the other scenarios, but just to recognize that there's some real value in having commissioned this study. So I'm glad that we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. I have 2 questions. I appreciate how this report explores the possibilities for how we can build a climate resilient future while protecting affordable rates for our customers. This is, time for us to be innovative and have some careful planning. Could y'all explain how this report will be used in the future?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that's a great question, and I think Councilmember Ulick kind of hit it on the head there, that your acceptance of this report provides us a solid foundation for choosing the path or paths forward as we move forward. So at this moment, the only action would be accepting the report and your continued encouragement to staff to keep working with TEP on the Energy Collaboration Agreement and related agreements, one of which does include a solar microgrid at Donald-Liggins. We've talked about that. So, and then also by adopting the budget, I think I'm going for the record here, you will put us onto that green tariff, which is another strong step. So with that, I think it's really any of the things that we do in the near term keep us on a path toward a green energy future, and nothing we do in the next 60 days precludes us from going down any of the paths that are outlined, whether that's municipalization or community choice aggregation or any other combination. So I think just your acceptance of the report is an excellent step at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. And so with that, just to expand, so what are the next steps regarding the TP franchise agreement and the energy collaboration agreement?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Roy Lusk from the City Attorney's Office is coming to the microphone.
Members of council. So the energy collaboration agreement is entering its drafting phase. So what we'll be looking for is engagement with our TEP partner to discuss the provisions that have been presented to us by the community and entering those into that draft agreement. We'll then present that draft agreement for public review to allow them to weigh in on what that draft would look like. And then in terms of the franchise agreement, there may be, we're sort of in the finishing stages of that draft so that mayor and council can then approve that language for we're hoping the June 17th meeting.
Okay, thank you. And then just to reiterate what I said at the beginning, that Tucson residents can continue to provide input on what they would like to see in this energy collaboration agreement by either showing up at Call to the Audience, communicating with our mayor and council, or our Fatima Luna, our Chief Resilience Officer. Any other comments before we move on? Councilmember Dahl.
Mayor, thank you. And thanks to GDS and to our local team for doing a great job shepherding this report. I think the timing is a little regrettable because people confuse it with a franchise agreement, and I'm getting emails of people urging us not to do the franchise agreement so that we can do the public power utility. So I'd like to ask, and I've done this before, ask the city attorney to answer the question, does anything we're doing with the franchise agreement, the side agreements, prevent us from going the pathway of public utility, electric utility?
Councilmember Dahl, no.
Thank you. And in fact, as the manager stated, doing these things get us along the green energy path, so when inevitably we become a power utility or don't, we will be along the path, which will be great. So I am open to the idea of a public utility. It's sparked a lot of interest amongst people who are thinking about these things, either because they think more things should be owned by the public or because they're wanting a clean energy future. And I think the discussions are good. I want to lecture them and say, you don't need to lobby us anymore. When the time is right, when we're not at a financial crisis, I think there'll be a better time for us to review this. But there's a lot of foundation work that could be done. For instance, I see in here something that annoys me. When we do bonds to buy the assets from TEP, they can't be tax exempt bonds. Why the heck not? All of our other bonds, am I correct, are tax exempt, which is one of the good things about municipal bonds. That sounds like the legislature has put in something to protect the utilities from this sort of effort. So I think there's a lot of work for people who support this to be doing. And again, I'm an open mind. If a good case can be made, it will have to be taken to the voters. And if the voters vote down a franchise agreement, it tells me voters aren't willing to be thoughtful about energy issues, and it'll be harder to take this issue to the voters. So those are my thoughts. Thanks again, and thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Dahl. City Manager, do you need a motion for us to accept the study?
Honorable Mayor, that would be a great outcome.
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you. Does anybody need a break? Yeah? All right. We'll take a 5-minute break and then come back and move on to item 11. Item 11, the mayor has requested an update on the efforts to support housing unsheltered persons. Right, we're keeping it separate to some, okay, I'll just say that. So it's our update on our strategic initiatives related to unsheltered homelessness. It continues to be a significant issue here in Tucson and Pima County and across our country. The causes are many: persistent poverty, reduction of eviction prevention resources, the people who are one paycheck away from being able to maintain their housing, healthcare costs, and of course, the increase in substance misuse, as well as lack of sufficient resources for mental and behavioral health services. Here in the city of Tucson, we're committed to doing our part, including making sure that there are regular updates to us at mayor and council and to our community. Today, we have Brandy Champion, the program manager of our Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program, and Justin Hamilton, the interim multi-agency resource coordinator we share with Pima County. Creating the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program was a high priority for myself, for Mayor Romero, and the entire council. We identified gaps in services that included navigators to help coordinate between agencies, to conduct outreach, and to contribute to everything from de-escalation training in areas of high crime and poverty to helping people to navigate the public transit system so they can get to their medical appointments regularly. In fact, these are some of the important investments we have protected in fiscal year 2026 budget. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'll turn it over to Brandy and Justin, which just this morning we've decided that we'll use the word Bruston in referring to them. We did get that done this morning. So with that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to provide you with the unsheltered update, addressing unsheltered homelessness and community concerns. Our encampment protocol and response: we're currently at 390 encampment cases were created in the last 60 days. 48% of the cases are reported in Ward 3 and 6. Ward 6, these are the cases by number. Ward 6 carried 85 cases, Ward 5, 54, Ward 4, 26, Ward 3, 84, Ward 2, 48, and Ward 1 had 51. There has been an average of 164 cases per month until January 2025, where we see a slight spike in an average to 187 a month. This is attributed to getting the word out about our reporting tool and response that the city of Tucson has had to these encampments. Encampments are assessed and triaged by tiers for action. 33% have required immediate removal. 47 fell into the tiers 1 through 3, requiring varying levels of response. City of Tucson protocol adherence ensures safety and environmental stewardship. I want to thank our city staff who are on the front lines. We have 3 encampment assessors who assess approximately 300 locations per month, which includes engaging with the unsheltered individuals, delivering services as well as outreach to the surrounding residents and businesses to determine how to best address the encampments in line with the city's established protocol. Also, I'd also like to thank the environmental service team who complete 202 cleanups per month. This is more than an average of 50 per week that the environmental team is addressing. I would like to thank our community partners for their collaboration and help with this hard work as well. In this interim role as multi-agency resource coordinator, City of Tucson encampment assessors and I have been attending neighborhood community meetings in different wards to share updates, providing insight and important work being done in the field. Their presence helps highlight the coordinated efforts underway to address encampments and connect individuals to service. These conversations are building trust and awareness across neighborhoods. Continuing this outreach is key to strengthening relationships between the city and the community by fostering collaboration, trust, and a shared process. We have site-specific updates. The first one is Santa Rita Park. Outreach began January 15th through April 21st. Approximately 56 hours in total. There was a 3-phase process, which outreach was going out on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays leading up to the park closure. Multiple agency efforts, including housing, shelter, medical, behavioral health, and veteran services were included. Closure was preceded by comprehensive engagement and support to the surrounding community. Santa Rita Park is expected to be completed in approximately 18 to 24 months. The update on 100 Acre Woods. The decommissioning of 100 Acre Woods has been an 18-month effort to date that started with the decommissioning of Zone 1 on May 14th, 2024. Zone 2 was decommissioned on March 18th of this year after 8 weeks of consistent outreach. Over 40 structures were reduced to 7 through respectful engagement. Partners included the Pima County Health Department, Old Pueblo Community Services, Primavera, CBI, and others. Design for the final plan on the mountain bike park is ongoing with the current survey for the feedback on the current concept plan. The anticipated commencement of the on-site implementation is in the fall, and currently the Tucson Parks and Recreation Department is hoping to align the timeline with community safety, housing central command efforts, and for those currently in Zone 3 and ensuring resources are offered. The goal of this project is to deliver a centrally located bike riding experience and different trails that appeal to all types of bike riders and accessible to all to enjoy. The last update on the site is Gateway Park and the Santa Cruz River corridor. We have an ongoing multi-agency outreach has been conducted along the Chuck Huckleberry Loop and the Santa Cruz River corridor, spanning from Grant Road to Star Pass Boulevard. This area has been identified as a hotspot for open-air drug use and ongoing quality of life concerns consistently raised by residents and community stakeholders. In response to this complex challenges present in this corridor, and in recognition of the elevated public safety and constituent concern, the City of Tucson, led by the Tucson Police Department, Pima County, and City Outreach, as well as other partnering agencies, have come together to spearhead a coordinated cross-jurisdictional response. This collaboration brings together municipal, county, and community resources to provide a more effective and unified approach to outreach and public safety and support services. This operation is focused on open-air drug use, public safety, and quality of life issues. Pima County and the City of Tucson provide outreach and services to the individuals in this area. In addition, Environmental Services and Pima County Parks Department share responsibility in cleaning the space. Ongoing evaluation will inform future strategies. This model may provide the pathway to future encampment resolutions that may be used throughout the city and other locations. The city remains committed to a compassionate and coordinated approach to encampment response, prioritizing both public health and individual dignity. These operations exemplify the positive outcomes achievable through interagency collaboration and consistent community engagement. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my colleague, Brandy Champion.
Thank you, Justin. Honorable Vice Mayor and members of the council, I'm going to give you a Housing First update today. Quality Inn, which has served as a respite shelter for Operation Deep Freeze and now Operation Heat Relief, has served 243 residents so far. Right now, we have 56 adults and 31 children currently living there. That's a lot of kids. This weather respite shelter will be ongoing through September 30th of 2025. The Wildcat Inn currently has 90 residents, 50 adults, and 40 children. The City of Tucson Outreach, as you guys know, really coordinate efforts on all of this stuff. So I just want to give you a little bit of a success story. There was a lady that had been, that was living at Wildcat some time ago, and she was discharged back out on the street. Because we have Wildcat there, she was able to come back when she was attacked on the street, brutally attacked on the street. And she came back just to simply ask us to house her animal while she went and sought medical treatment for her injuries. So our staff, of course, immediately found a place for the dog to be, got her some medical care. When she was released from medical care, immediately she came back. Allison was able to coordinate with Amphi 8, which I'll get into a little bit later and give you some numbers on them, to get her immediately with her animal into Amphi 8, our newest shelter. That's just one success story. Another success story at Wildcat was a mom that came to us pregnant that was involved in a really serious DCS case. She worked her case from that location and was able to reunite with her son, had a little baby girl at Wildcat, now has custody of the child this past Sunday. So these are just some of the things that this mayor and council has allowed us to do in these spaces that you're providing. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of some good information. Desert Cove, that's operated by CBI, has 33 residents, 26 adults, and 7 children. The Craycraft, which is operated by Pima County Yields Program, has 156 residents, 72 adults, and 84 children. They have bigger rooms, and they have conjoining rooms, so they can, have larger families to live there. Amphi Housing Resource Center, as we all know, opened in March of 2025. It's mainly catering to Ward 3 residents. We're really trying to target Ward 3. There's a huge homeless population in that ward. It is operated by Old Public Community Services. There's 42 people currently there. They're individual men and women. Pets are allowed there. We do not allow children for obvious reasons. It's congregate shelter, and that's going well. So cooling centers. Pima County leads the effort on our cooling centers, and other people. The city of Tucson collaborates. We collaborate with Lara. Fatima does a lot of the work around now. Lara that works on in the city manager's office. A lot of different people do. TPCH helps us handle the cooling centers and the opening of those. These centers are targeted to open by June 2nd, and each ward will have a cooling center that are at the various rec centers. And we're really looking forward to that. People can get more information on these cooling centers on Pima County Cooling Centers. If you Google that, you can get more information on where, what hours of operation, days that they're open, and also the tpch.net website. People can get information for that. And that concludes my update.
Thank you, Brandy. Quick question before we open it up. I know last year was the first time we had more of a coordinated effort around the cooling centers. As we've been visiting some of the different sites that provide different services for our unsheltered community, I think the question that kept coming up for us is like, how do people know where to go get food or where to go cool off? Did we learn anything from last summer that we're incorporating this summer to kind of help improve, some of the services that folks might need?
Absolutely. Vice Mayor, we have hired in Housing First a project coordinator that just oversees resources. So she's responsible for various things like 311 referrals, people that are calling 311, well, where do I go to shelter? Where do I go? Fielding the ward office, her name is Lucinda Anderson, in case anybody wants to email her. She is fielding ward stuff, ward referrals. She's also collecting resources from all over the place so that she has all of that in her bank to provide people with these resources. She's getting out in the community, going to community court. We're hoping to get into Superior Court soon. So different types, different places that we can find people that are in need of the services. So we found with all of the resource requests that are coming in that we really needed a person to do that full time. So we just got a bunch of different people that emailed us with different resources like women's clothing, food resources, stuff like that. So we're hoping to have a central location where people can really get a lot more resources.
And I know that last summer there was outreach to areas where we did see people out in the middle of the day during the summer, letting them know that there were cooling centers. Will there be outreach, a plan for outreach this year as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. The encampment associates that work with Justin will be out and about. We'll be providing heat relief kits. We're doing that effort with Fatima's group, and Thelma is also helping with that. So we'll be ramping that up. I'm sure we'll ask ELT to come out again and do some more kits, and we'll be targeting folks to bring them in.
Yeah, let us know how ourselves and our offices can help support with that effort as well.
Absolutely.
Anybody else on the council have any comments, questions? Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Ulick.
So this isn't really directly related to housing, to unsheltered. You guys are doing a fabulous job. I mean, I think people need to understand the resources that we're providing are above and beyond what a lot of other cities are doing. But I think we're a victim of our own success there indirectly. And so, and that's okay. I can live with that. I am still, I'm thinking about some transition pieces as case exit. I'm really feeling that piece where it seems like there's a portion of folks that we're helping that are engaging our system that are very, very, very recently unsheltered. They're coming straight off eviction. It's a income home base, either on benefits or on employment, whatever it is, and they are still in shelter. And so we've kind of, that's what House was set up for. And then the other piece was possibly some ways that we can set some guidelines to move cases. So I know that we have case review through the case management system. Do we have a mechanism that we can track cases over 30, 60, 90, 180 days, so that is there a way we can, without violating the social work ethics, the NASW ethics we have, is there a way we can track our cases to see how our case goals are getting met? Because I think we've got this kind of bottleneck, it's like a obstruction in getting that flow through out of shelter. We've got people that are not overstaying their welcome or anything. They're just, there's so many barriers getting them out. So I'm trying to think do we have a case review mechanism, and how are we gonna implement it?
We do, Councilmember Cunningham. We have case conferencing through HMIS. We also have started some new case conferencing for our FUSE program. We've been hearing about FUSE forever, right? Now we're finally implementing it. We have a couple of case managers that can deliver those services, so we're actually doing case conferencing with ABC, which is our REBA, so to speak, right? So not only are we pushing FUSE along so that we can move people out of shelter, that's one of the requirements to be in a FUSE voucher, is that you're in shelter, right? So also working closely with Ann's department, Housing and Community Development, and the PHA. We've done some pilot projects with them, most recently around eviction prevention for public housing residents, and it was a huge success. We're going into our third year on that pilot now. It's not a pilot, it's a program now. Because we did so well in spending and getting people out of a dire strait from the COVID days, where they have a $6,000 arrearage. They can do it, they just can't catch up, right? So now getting them back to a place with case management where they can move forward. So yes, and do we need more? Yes, we do need more of that, Councilmember Cunningham, but we are working on ramping up those efforts.
Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you both. I hear your names often, and a whole lot of gratitude expressed. And so I appreciate you and everything you're doing for our community. In terms of the protocol, the camp protocol, which I have to imagine is one of the hardest things for you and your teams to really be the ones evaluating, do you stay or do you go? And if you go, how's that going to be? And it's not an easy thing. So I feel for you, and I feel for people impacted. How do we, well, I guess my first question, I noticed about a third of the camps now recently are immediate removals. Can you remind me what the triggers are that would precipitate an immediate removal?
Yes, so immediately behind a residence, on a residential fence, on a school property, in a dangerous location, next to a road, a busy highway, tunnels.
Tunnels?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we have a lot of mechanisms for an immediate, it's just because of the need is there. A lot of times it's because they're in a dangerous location.
Okay. Are there any triggers related to activities in the camp or weapons or anything like that?
Or an immediate?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So it's primarily location. So as we continue to work together, what I keep thinking about is how we just can continue to engage with folks out there, right? Panhandling on the medians isn't allowed anymore. We're going to be discussing parks and washes. I don't, and none of us, I don't think, want to just pass an ordinance and pretend that we've done something meaningful. And at the same time, I think it's just so important that we engage people out there and help them to understand these are the boundaries. that have been set to try and keep the whole of the community as safe and as peaceful as possible, and also to keep you from getting chased around all over the place. And so if is anything that we can do to help you in communicating messages, I know you partner really deeply with our nonprofit partners and with people on the streets. I know that's an important piece of it, and I'll just be interested in learning how things unfold over time. Thank you.
All right, thank you all so much for the update in the presentation, and we'll be moving on to the next item. Okay, item 13, Mayor and Council will receive an update on the activities of the PAG Regional RTA Board and the RTA Technical Management Committee. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here today, Sam Cradio, Director of Transportation and Mobility. Really not much to report, Sam, right? These are the jokes, folks. There's actually a lot of activity going on, and Sam will do his best to, members of the council, to put that into perspective. Sam Cradio, Director of Transportation and Mobility. Really not much to report, Sam, right? These are the jokes, folks.
Are we good to go? All right.
I turn it to you now.
All right.
Try it again.
Manager told me to give it a shot. All right, I think we're good. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, members of the council. I do have some brief updates, and while my presentation won't be long today, I do think that it represents some significant movement forward in a few areas. I first do want to present an update on the special meeting that occurred on April 21st between the RTA Board as well as the PAG Regional Council. I'll first start with the RTA Board. There was really two main items that came out of that special meeting on April 21st. The first was a conversation about the cost to complete. I know that we've been discussing that at this table for several meetings, and we had an opportunity at the request of the mayor to present our proposed scope changes on the projects that were presented to all of you, I believe, on April 8th. I gave that presentation to the RTA Board, and the direction that the board gave was to engage the RTA Technical Management Committee, of which myself, the manager, and Assistant City Manager Swallow serve on the committee, to provide a recommendation to the RTA Board on those specific scope changes, and I'll come back to that in just a moment. The second significant item that came out of that, and while this was not presented in the form of a motion, there was consensus by the RTA Board that they were not ready for a November 2025 election, and so the new target now is March of 2026. That was the extent. There was obviously a lot of conversation, but those were the two main items that came out of the RTA Board meeting. The special PAG Regional Council meeting, there was a few items on there. The item of discussion was mainly around the performance review of the executive director. At the conclusion of that meeting, it was agreed upon by the Regional Council to hold a special joint meeting of both the RTA Board and the PAG Regional Council to discuss the performance review and employment contract of the executive director. It is worth noting that the following day after that meeting, PAG's legal counsel resigned. And so that meeting has not been scheduled yet because PAG Regional Council does not have legal counsel at this time. What we do know is that on Thursday, May 22nd, there will be a special meeting of both the RTA Board and the PAG Regional Council to discuss the process to appoint legal counsel. So that is what we do know. It is still unclear when the next regularly scheduled meetings of the RTA Board and PAG Regional Council will be. Typically, they meet quarterly, but without legal counsel, it's unclear whether or not they'll be able to meet for the regularly scheduled meetings. Yeah, just to clarify, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, it was just the legal counsel that resigned the day after that meeting. not the executive director. That's correct. On May 14th, the RTA Technical Management Committee met, and again, we had the opportunity to present the scope changes to the full Technical Management Committee. After what I would consider very productive discussion about those projects, there were 2 scope changes that were unanimously supported and recommended to the RTA board. The first is Grant Road, 5-6 Palo Verde to Park. There was unanimous support for the 6-lane skinny cross-section without bike lanes. That was recommended to the RTA board. The second was at the Grant Road at Union Pacific Railroad and I-10 project. There was support for the 5-lane cross-section with 2-way cycle track. As a reminder, that's 3 lanes westbound, 2 lanes eastbound, and a 2-way cycle track. And again, that was unanimously supported to recommend to the RTA board that they consider as a scope change. The last scope change that we had presented was on Silverbell, and there was some conversation about that, and ultimately it was proposed that that scope change be tabled pending further discussion between the City of Tucson, Pima County, and the town of Marana, and we're actually actively working on scheduling that project, that meeting now to discuss that project, just to make sure that all of our plans fit together. And that was the extent of the work that occurred at the Technical Management Committee. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I'm gonna make some questions, and then Councilmember Ulick and Councilmember Dahl. Every time you have to give us an update, Sam, and even the mayor, I feel for y'all. In 5 years, at least for myself, being at this table and nothing really moving along. So it's been really frustrating and disappointing to keep going around in circles. But my question to you, is there a deadline for the plan to fund the completion of the 2006 RTA program? And is there a risk of these continuing to be dragged out longer?
Vice Mayor, that's an excellent question. The deadline is June 30th, 2026 for the current plan. The conversations regarding funding the remaining projects is ongoing, and I would submit to you that many of these projects are going to be ongoing beyond June 2026. So that to me is the only real deadline that exists related to the current plan outside of RTA Next.
And Madam Mayor, if I could add, there were 2 other parts to the TMC meeting I just want to emphasize. One is, to that very point, when the TMC was taking up the issue of taking the potential scope change for Grant 5-6 to the Regional Council, I added some commentary about, and also allow the city to proceed with the project itself, noting that we've been at 90% design for 2 years, not allowed to proceed past 90% design, yet taking criticism for the city not being able to deliver a project. City has done the work. City's been sitting in a holding pattern for 2 years, and it's because of RTA not allowing us to proceed now. So when we take a scope back to the RTA, to the council, and the council says, great, we approve the scope, my ask is that they actually also authorize the project to proceed. And then the other is it First Avenue, Sam? We had an interesting part of the discussion, because if you remember First Avenue, and we had all of the work that went into a scope revision and public outreach and repeated cycles through the PAG process and RTA process to get moving ahead with the design concept report. We find out at TMC that that might not resolve all the legal issues of actually moving ahead with the scope as reconfigured, which was, I think the word I used, shocking, and I also went on mute before I said other words. So Sam, would you like to add anything to that?
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I'd be happy to add a little context. So as the manager mentioned, we spent several years working through what we understood was RTA's process to identify an opportunity to reduce the scope on First Avenue. It included robust outreach. It included working with our partners at Pima County Flood Control to identify ways that we can address any sort of the drainage issues that exist along First Avenue. All of this culminated to two actions. One was this mayor and council approving an IGA for a 4-lane cross-section to begin the design, and then followed by the RTA board also approving that same IGA. And that item was taken separately from other consent items and discussed at great lengths with the RTA board, which ultimately landed on an approval of what we understood to be the 4-lane cross-section. That IGA was approved. We moved forward with hiring a consultant. We have a task force formed, and we're working towards, I believe, 15% design concept level plans. And it was the first time that we had heard was at TMC that the only thing the RTA board approved was the IGA for First Avenue. And it felt to us a little, at least to me, I was rather taken back that perhaps there are extra steps we may have to go through and that this issue isn't resolved. So we did get on the record, I think, that that the 4-lane cross-section is approved and we're moving forward with design. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. My following question is, so we have the PAG RTA, which could be, a true, real regional transportation authority, what we need, in this area, especially around our transit system, to support fast, efficient public transportation and mobility. So if the RTA next doesn't pass with the voters, and I understand we've moved that over to a March election, or that's what's being considered, how will that affect our regional transit funding for fiscal year 26-27?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So currently, we rely on the RTA for transit funding, annual transit funding, to the tune of about $15 to $18 million. It varies a little bit, but that's roughly what it comes out to. And what that funds is primarily nights, weekends, frequency, but then also service outside the city limits, as well as the RTA funds their service, which is Sun Shuttle and Sun Shuttle Dial-A-Ride. So if the RTA Next plan is not approved in March of next year, then all of that funding will absolutely be at risk, and everyone who benefits from that funding would have to find some sort of other funding source or consider reducing the service appropriately.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Ulick and then Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you. And thank you, Sam. So I'm increasingly anxious about how we proceed, given the timeline that we're looking at, right? If it's May now, if potentially legal counsel is appointed in June by the RTA, which means potentially some resolution to the question about the director's position in July, August, the package would need to be finalized by November to be referred to a March ballot, right? What is the status of the RTA Next package? Is that close to, what's the RTA board's current read on that? Are they close to being ready to putting something out there?
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, the plan is nearing completion, I think you could say. It has been brought to the public for feedback. There is still, I think, some areas for adjustment and improvement that, based on the feedback we've received from different stakeholders. But I would say it's very close to being to the finish line. What is unknown at this point is, are other projects going to need to be added to RTA Next in order to complete? That's unknown at this time. And to answer your first question about when it would have to be referred to be on the ballot in March, it's a 6-month run-up. So it's actually more like September, October. There needs to be some finality to how we're going to move forward in March.
Yeah, and so I'm concerned about that on a couple of fronts, and it's just, I appreciate knowing that timeline. One of the things that I've been struggling with as we look at all these currently, we're looking at a lot of route changes. We're going to be discussing the budget for transit and fares down the road as well here soon. What is your I suppose what I need to know, I think, is that if I vote for changes to the system, that they won't be changed again in July of '26 based on the RTA. And I'm almost, I feel like, I wonder whether we should build from the inside out. And that we should be planning our system to serve the city without assuming RTA resources. What would that look like? What would the ideal be? How can we make sure that that ideal is in the RTA package with some funding? And then if, you know, if it gets built out further, great, but I don't want to, you know, increase frequencies on one route and eliminate another route and then realize, uh-oh, we got to redo the entire map. So tell me more about how you're holding that together in your head and with your team.
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, so we've already begun having those conversations. As you know, tonight, this evening, you're going to hear at a public hearing for our August 2025 service changes based on the comprehensive operational analysis. And so our plan was also to tee up service changes consistent with the COA in August of 2026. But because of everything that's going on with RTA right now, we've already begun to do some of that contingency planning for what happens if there is not an RTA next or an RTA funding source beyond July 1st of 2026. In fact, we're working on some information to share with the manager on what that could look like, RTA moving forward, but also RTA not moving forward. And I think that at that point, we can certainly provide that information, and we'll provide that information to the mayor and council, because there will have to be some policy decisions about how we provide for transit in the city limits. I do want to just clarify one thing, that in RTA Next, there is funding for the existing transit service. There's also funding for expanded transit service. So there is an opportunity that we might be able to add new service to the system if RTA Next is passed. And you know, that was based largely on a lot of the work that went on by the CAC and the TMC to come to a plan that we all could feel comfortable with.
Okay, so just one quick follow-up. So if we vote to move forward with the route changes on the agenda this evening, if the RTA Next does not happen, would those, do you think, need to be revisited in a year if we don't go forward with RTA Next? And do you have any concerns about the implications of that for our riders and our system long-term? You know, if we make changes every 6 months or every year, ridership levels could drop.
Yeah, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, that's an excellent question. The changes this evening are, I would say, not as drastic as what we're considering on routes 5 and 22. They are slight realignments to make the system more efficient.
Okay.
There is adding a little bit of hours to the nights, both during the weekday and weekends. But the way that the Suntran comprehensive operational analysis was structured is that it was a cost-neutral plan. So we're kind of making tweaks all over the place. There will be some major changes that would have to come if RTA Next is not passed, but I don't believe that the decision this evening will affect those changes greatly in any one way or the other.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Sam. A quick question. The change of scope on the Grant Railroad, would that mean that the railroad bridge would not have to be rebuilt?
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Dahl, that is correct. And in fact, in almost all scenarios, the railroad bridge will not be reconstructed. That was actually a point of discussion at the RTA TMC meeting, because the original plan for that project actually was to reconstruct the underpass. And after, you know, we got into the project, going through the design process, we realized that was just not feasible. And so for several years, we've been looking at alternatives to deliver that project without having to widen the underpass. Well, the way that we do that is you make really narrow lanes and you kind of shoehorn 6 lanes in between the abutment walls and the piers in the middle. And so that's why we've been looking at alternative ways to provide safe passage for people walking and biking across that corridor, which ultimately led us to that 5-lane cross-section.
Thanks.
All right, thank you, Sam, for the update. And I believe a meeting has been set for Thursday, May 22nd, even though previous meetings had not been posted or canceled, or we don't know what happened. So we'll keep a close eye on that. So thank you, Sam. All right, so we're moving on to item 14. Time has been set aside for the mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation and regional committees, executive orders, and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. Joining me here at the table is Stephanie Zamora, who, as you know, has been dutifully pitching in out of the city manager's office to help navigate state and federal issues. So I'll turn it directly over to Stephanie.
Thank you, City Manager and Vice Mayor. Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. I'll provide another brief update on federal and state matters. At the federal level, over the weekend, the U.S. House Budget Committee advanced a major budget package, a major budget reconciliation package that reflects several policy priorities from the Trump administration. The proposal includes tax changes, increased defense and border security funding, and reductions in spending for programs such as Medicaid and SNAP. If enacted, of course, the bill still has to move through the process in the Senate, but if enacted, some of these changes, particularly those shifting administrative or financial responsibilities to the states, could have downstream impacts on local service providers, and we will be closely monitoring these discussions and evaluating any effects this legislation could have on our community. Separately, Senator Mark Kelly has continued to advocate for federal infrastructure support, including Tucson's 22nd Street Bridge project. We continue to work closely with our congressional delegation on these federal issues, and this includes advancing infrastructure priorities, ensuring access to federal grants, and tracking legislative proposals that could impact local funding and service delivery. At the state level, the legislature is currently in recess. The House returned today, but they have adjourned until June 4th, and the Senate will return May 28th. While most outstanding bills have been transmitted to the governor, the state budget still remains unresolved, and negotiations are expected to extend closer to the end of the fiscal year. While talks have been limited between the governor and legislative leadership, there is more clarity on the state's revenue outlook as of this month, and that's a key factor in finalizing the budget, so that's a positive. One important issue still in play is the future of Arizona's low-income housing tax credit program. Since 2021, it has helped fund over 1,600 affordable housing units statewide. The program is currently capped at $4 million annually and is set to expire at the end of the year. Governor Hobbs has proposed a 6-year extension and to raise the cap to $10 million. So this is an inability to leverage private and federal investment to address housing needs, which I know is important to this mayor and council. And with that, I'll close off and available for any questions, Vice Mayor.
Any questions from my colleagues?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. City Attorney, I have a question for you. By state statute, when does the state legislature have to have their budget in order, or do they get to pick and choose?
Do they get to what?
Pick and choose.
Pick and choose. Well, they've got to have a budget approved in order to move forward into the new fiscal year. So a little bit like us, that's the real deadline, right, is to have approved budget so you can actually spend money starting July 1st.
Yeah. Well, I was curious since we have to adopt the tentative budget today, all the different steps we have to take and what their protocol is. All right, thank you. So we'll be moving on to item 15. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda?
I obviously don't have anything to remove from the consent agenda, but I just want to make a comment. There are 3 items on consent that are IGAs with ADOT for scoping services in connection with some transportation projects. I'm only mentioning them because these particular IGAs include an indemnification and insurance provision that we view as being excessively broad and aggressive. We're comfortable with signing off on these because it's really for a limited purpose of desk work relating to scoping services. But I just wanted to put it on the record that going forward, this is a periodic issue that we have with ADOT where they try and change their indemnification provisions. And we will be addressing that through our office with ADOT for future agreements.
Okay. All right. So moving on to item 16, does anyone have items for future agendas? Councilmember Ulick and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Yeah, just related to our recent conversation, I just wanted to ask the city manager to work with our transportation team to make sure that
the transit system or any other interface items with the RTA are scheduled when we have more information. I really don't want to make decisions without full context. And so I think June is going to be ambitious for some of the things that we're going to be discussing. I would assume by August we'll have a better sense of the lay of the land, and I would just urge us to work with the manager to make sure we have everything we need before items come to the table. There's no sense in guessing over such huge and important decisions.
Thank you, Councilmember Ulick. Councilmember Cunningham?
I just wanted to speak publicly on one item, and that is that about 2 months ago, we had an item where we voted, and one of our members was appearing virtually. And there was a lot of discussion on how that vote went after. And so my office, I said that I was going to ask that item to be reconsidered, and I've gotten some emails like, why hasn't it been reconsidered? And I want everyone to know, part of that was that we had to reseat that council member because he retired the following week. Then we delayed it again because we had one council member out. The mayor isn't here this week, so it's really prudent that it's been planned to be reconsidered, and we haven't had the opportunity. I have confirmation that from the clerk's office that item is agendized for June 17th. And so I just want to let everyone know that we haven't forgotten that piece. I also think when we do bring it back, I'm asking the city attorney to bring in some discussion to kind of alter what that original proposal was. I think we need some leeway there, especially because it's a very sensitive item as far as parks and unsheltered and washes. And it was a split vote of the council for a reason. So I think it's really important that we have some updated information when we bring that item on June 17th.
And as a quick follow-up on that, in anticipation of that, I believe we're going to schedule it for a session to accompany any regular session, so there can be a discussion before there's any action on the ordinance.
Right. Okay, thank you. So study session is adjourned. The regular session will begin at or after 5:30. The next study session is scheduled for Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025. Thank you. Councilmember Lee will be participating electronically through Microsoft Teams. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Here.
Mr. Dahl?
Here.
Mrs. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Perez?
Here.
Mixulic? Here. Mayor Romero is absent excused. Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Arizona's open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance during the meeting in order to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent any unnecessary interference with the meeting. So here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupt the discussions of the mayor and council themselves. The mayor pro tempore has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is the first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers or recess the meeting itself if necessary. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. And as a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing a lawful public meeting such as tonight's meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, City Attorney. The invocation will be given by Reverend Jessica Braxton, Saguaro Christian Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you would take a moment with me to breathe deeply in and out, and center yourselves in this moment, to acknowledge the land beneath our feet, ancestral home of the Tohono O'odham and the Pascua Yaqui peoples, and to give thanks for the gift of community and the responsibilities that are entrusted to us today. Shall you join me in prayer? Spirit of justice and peace, we gather in this sacred civic space with open hearts and humble minds, seeking wisdom that serves all who call Tucson home, across every language, tradition, neighborhood, and experience. Guide our leaders with clarity, courage, and compassion. Let each word spoken tonight be rooted in dignity, each decision shaped by equity, and each disagreement held with respect. May we remember that power is not a possession, but a responsibility, a call to serve the common good, to lift the voices of those too often unheard, and to build a city where all can thrive. May the work of this council be a reflection of the values that we cherish, of justice and liberty for all. And may grace find us, especially at the edges, where our differences stretch us towards deeper understanding. For those who lead, those who labor, those who struggle, and those who dream, we offer this time with gratitude. Amen.
Item 2C is presentations.
We have 2 proclamations. So one is Building Safety Month and the other one's Older Americans Month. And we'll start off with the Building Safety Month. Can you guys hear me? All right, thank you all for joining us here today for Building Safety Month. We have Corin Manning, City of Tucson Interim Director for Planning and Development Services Department, Matthew Carlton, City of Tucson's Assistant Building Official, Rick Bright with Bright Designs, David Gibbons from Schneider and Associates Structural Engineers, Leah Swisher, ACT, Ridge Wilson, ACT, David Godlewski or Brendan Lyons from Saba, Clayton Trevelyan from City of Tucson's Building Official, Juan Garcia, City of Tucson Building Official, Ernie Stevens, City of Tucson Building Inspection Manager, Gustavo Armenta, City of Tucson Building Inspection Supervisor, Sean Severson, City of Tucson Building Plans Examiner, and Ian Gillespie, City of Tucson Building Plans Examiner. Thank you all so much for being here. Corin, can I give you the proclamation to hold while I read it? All right, here we go. Whereas our city recognizes that our growth and strength depends on the safety and the essential role that our homes, buildings, and infrastructure play in our everyday life. And whereas our confidence in the resilience of these buildings that make up our community is achieved through the work and care of professionals building safety and fire prevention officials, architects, engineers, builders, tradespeople, design professionals, laborers, plumbers, and others in the construction industry who work year-round to ensure the safe construction of buildings. And whereas dedicated members of the International Code Council, a nonprofit that brings together local, state, territorial, tribal, and federal officials who are experts in the built environment to create and implement the highest quality codes and standards to protect us in the buildings we live, learn, and work. And whereas these modern building codes and standards include safeguards to protect the public from hazards such as wildland fires, floods, hurricanes, snowstorms, tornadoes, and earthquakes. And whereas in 2024, the Planning and Development Services Department issued 11,504 permits and completed 75,026 inspections, underscoring the scale and importance of the work performed by code officials in maintaining safe buildings and vibrant communities. And whereas Planning and Development Services staff completed more than 500 hours of combined training and earned or renewed nearly 130 certificates in 2024, including credentials for building plans, examiners, civil engineers, licensed architects, and building permit specialists, demonstrating their ongoing commitment to excellent safety and public service. And whereas the City of Tucson continues to lead in the innovation, having been an early adopter of the U.S. Department of Energy Solar APP+, an early leader in electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and a proactive implementer of water-saving measures such as water sense standards and progressive building code changes, demonstrating our commitment to sustainability, public safety, and forward-thinking development. And whereas Game On, the theme for Building Safety Month 2025, encourages all to get involved and raise awareness about building safety on a personal, local, and global scale. And now, therefore, I, Vice Mayor Lane Santa Cruz, on behalf of Tucson Mayor Regina Romero and the Tucson City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May 2025 as Building Safety Month, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 20th day of May 2025. Congratulations. And if we could, I don't know if anybody want to share a couple of words. Anybody in the team? Yes.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor, for this proclamation. We really appreciate it and the recognition for the importance of building safety. On behalf of the entire team at PDSD, of very dedicated professionals, we are very proud to work alongside our community, our customers, community partners, especially our Joint Code Committee, to help uphold building safety standards and ensure that Tucson remains a safe, healthy, and vibrant community for everyone. Juan Garcia, our building official, will also say a few words.
Hello. Oh, just on behalf of the Building Safety Division, we'd like to thank Mayor and Council for recognizing Building Safety Month and the hard work and the effort that this group puts into just trying to create a safer, healthier city. Thank you. Keep running into each other. Awesome. Thank you.
All right, next I would like to invite the members of the Elder Alliance who will be receiving the proclamation. Micah Chetrit, Josefina Cardenas, Yolanda Herrera, Linda Olis, Robert Ojeda, Rebecca McGee, Jim Murphy, and Angela Schultz. All right. Get a little sweaty up here. All right. We have the group of folks that I invited here, and including Micah from the Elder Alliance, and anyone else. Is this the entire group? Yes. All right. Here to join us today. So we'll start off with the proclamation. Whereas President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Older Americans Act into law on July 14, 1965, in response to concerns by policymakers about a lack of community social services for older persons, the law also established the Administration on Aging to administer the newly created grant programs and to serve as the federal focal point on matters concerning older persons. Whereas the 2025 theme for Older Americans Month, Flip the Script on Aging, focuses on transforming how society perceives, talks about, and approaches aging, encouraging individuals and communities to challenge stereotypes and dispel misconceptions about growing old. And whereas Older Americans Month is observed nationally as a time to recognize the contributions of older Americans, highlight aging trends, and reaffirm our commitment to serving older adults. And whereas Tucson's growing population of older adults enriches our community with their strength, wisdom, and diverse life experiences, and the City of Tucson is committed to honoring their contributions, exploring opportunities for them to stay active and engaged, and highlighting the opportunities for purpose, exploration, and connection that come with aging. And whereas older residents of the City of Tucson have spent decades contributing to the success and vitality of our community, serving as teachers, veterans, entrepreneurs, mentors, and in countless other roles, and they continue to enrich our city with their wisdom, experience, and civic engagement. And whereas the City of Tucson's age-friendly designation continues advocating for fair access and opportunities for our older persons and is dedicated to empowering aging while educating and encouraging older adults to prepare and plan for the future while actively participating in the present. And now, therefore, I, Vice Mayor Elaine Santa Cruz, on behalf of Mayor Romero and the Tucson City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2025 to be Older Americans Month in this community and encourage our residents to join me in recognizing the contributions of our elders and promoting programs and activities that foster connection, inclusion, and support for older adults. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 20th day of May 2025. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and fellow council members. My name is Micah Sheetreat, and I serve as the Senior Program Manager of the Elder Alliance, anchored at United Way of Tucson in Southern Arizona. On behalf of our alliance and its members, I want to sincerely thank you for recognizing May as Older Americans Month and for issuing this meaningful proclamation. This year's theme, Flip the Script on Aging, encourages us to move beyond outdated perceptions of aging. It invites us to celebrate the strength, wisdom, and ongoing contributions of older adults and elders in our Tucson community. Through the work of the Elder Alliance in collaboration with dedicated partners like the Pima Council on Aging, and with the support of dozens of service providers, aging advocates, and community members, we remain committed to ensuring that older adults have access to vital resources, opportunities for engagement, and pathways to thrive at every stage of life. Aging is a gift, and aging is a blessing. Thank you again for this recognition and for supporting our shared vision of an age-friendly Tucson, a community where older generations are valued, respected, and empowered. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 157 dated May 20 is received into and made part of the record. May I have the motion to, is that? May I have a motion to approve the appointment in the report?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second?
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Having none. Moving on to item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 137 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? All right, we'll start with Councilmember Cunningham and work our way down the aisle, and then we'll check in with Councilmember Lee.
Some of this has already been said. In the middle of the meeting, at the meeting we had in mid-February, I wished my dad a happy birthday, and I talked about his public service. It's pretty well documented. For those of you who aren't familiar with him, he served in both the state of Arizona and the House and the Senate. He served as a chief of staff to Governor Mofford and the budget director to Governor Napolitano. He also started the Grand Canyon Institute, which is a think tank for good policy. He also was a great dad, and my sisters and me and his 9 grandkids celebrate him. 2 weeks ago at the council meeting, I actually borrowed this tie from him because we were doing the presentation to the national championship wheelchair basketball team, and I was really excited. And so I went to the house and I said, "Hey, Dad, could you have one of your U of A ties?" Before my dad did the government stuff, he was vice president of U of A. And so I borrowed the tie, And my mom called between the study session and the regular session. And it turned out my dad had had a circulatory event and he never regained consciousness or the ability to breathe on his own. And he passed away 2 weeks ago. This is my first day back in this chamber since that time. So I wanted to give tribute to him and thank all the people in the community this last 2 weeks who reached out and gave support to me and my family. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to properly express what it meant because it's nothing you can prepare for. But for those of you who did know my father or worked with my father, I hope you remember him fondly. And his work will go on in me and my kids. And I am just really, really honored and proud to have at least a little bit followed in his footsteps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, and for sharing your father with the community and the rest of us. Councilmember Dahl?
Hey, it was a hot summer last year and it's going to be probably hotter this year. Where's a poor kid to go? The public pools. There'll be 19 summer pools open starting next month. Ward 3 has 3 of them, and we're starting off the season with Palooza parties at the Amphi Pool, 125 West Yavapai Road, Saturday, May 31st, 4 to 7 p.m. There'll be free food, party atmosphere, smiles, fun for everybody. Jacobs Pool, 1020 West Lynn Street, Friday, June 6th, 4 to 7 p.m. Thompson Pool, recently renamed from Mansfield Pool, 2275 North 4th Avenue on Wednesday, June 18th from 4 to 7 p.m. People like when I bring props. I have a floaty, a zebra floaty. Remember how much fun it was in pools? Come join us.
Councilmember Perez?
Hi, everyone. So my first current event report here, we wanted to recognize the passing of Clarence Boykins and his contributions to our community. He worked for the city of Tucson for almost 3 decades, including as manager for the Tucson Community Center. Clarence was most notably known for his efforts to establish an Arizona holiday recognizing Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., as well as the Tucson Martin Luther King celebration and walk. We're deeply grateful for his service and joy in our community and mourning that loss. On a lighter note, there's great news coming regarding the Holmes Tuttle Boys and Girls Clubhouse in Pueblo Gardens neighborhood. The Teen Tech and Workforce Readiness Center is near completion, and it's scheduled to open June 2nd, just in time for summer camps for ages 13 to 17. The camp is going to run until July 18th, and that includes esports, digital media, fitness center, culinary classes, and more. And the grand opening is scheduled to take place in the fall. And then a little bit more personally, the Ward 5 team joined in on the reprisal of the Metro Education Commission's Evening to Empower Ed, which brought back the Crystal Apple Awards, a shared award between Tucson and Pima County. And we had just over 300 folks in attendance, with Mayor Romero serving as our honorary co-chair. And that included dozens of students that were from Sunnyside School District, some of which are going on to Ivy League. So we had an incredible time recognizing them.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Ulick? Okay. Councilmember Lee?
No props and no announcements tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. For the Ward 1 office, Saturday, May 31st at 10 a.m., we want to invite the public to join us for the grand reopening celebration of Joaquin Murrieta Park. We're excited to unveil the West Side's very first splash pad, along with major park upgrades that include 2 new playgrounds, a 4-field baseball and softball complex, new walking paths, fermatas, and a concession stand. We'll be hosting a carne asada, so we'll have free food, music, and family fun for the whole community. This will take place at Joaquin Murrieta Park, 1400 North Silver Bow Road, Tucson, Arizona, 85745 from 10 a.m. To 1 p.m. And then on behalf of some of the mayor's announcements, she wanted to say happy 520 day. While this new day celebrates all things Tucson's, we're not the only ones excited about our city. Last month, Tucson was named one of the best places in the world to see the night sky, according to National Geographic magazine, who dubbed Tucson the ultimate star sky. The article called Tucson a model city committed to dark sky preservation and referenced a number of world-class astronomical amenities in Tucson, including the manufacturing facility for large mirrors for telescopes housed under the east bleachers of Arizona Stadium. And now this week, People magazine has named stargazing from the Tucson Astral Trail as its #1 must-do activity this summer in its latest issue. We want to thank Felipe Garcia and his staff at Visit Tucson for helping us realize this well-deserved national recognition. Thank you. So moving on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 138, dated May 20th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. One major thing for tonight, first of all, thank you for doing your great job running the study session and meeting today. We all appreciate you being at the helm. And one of the reasons that you're there is that I'm happy to report that Mayor Regina Romero is representing us at the City of Tucson, currently at the Global Economic Forum in Qatar. I'd like to thank the Chamber of Southern Arizona, Visit Tucson, and our own Economic Initiatives Department for helping put this trip together and the materials to support her work in advocating for the economy of the City of Tucson. To quote Visit Tucson CEO Felipe Garcia, it is a great thing that our mayor is representing our community on the global stage and showcasing the opportunities our city offers. International forums like this are where connections are made and investments begin. For example, Mayor Romero is sharing that Tucson is a logistics hub and is geographically blessed with interstate rail and air connections to the east and west coast, is one of the largest land ports of entry into the U.S. and is a gateway to and from Mexico. She will highlight that we are home to one of the top research institutions in the U.S., the University of Arizona, which engages in cutting-edge research in space exploration, optics, biosciences, and is home to the #1 ranked U.S. and #4 globally water resources programs at the university. Tucson is also a leader in climate adaptation and innovation, so sharing our experience in these areas is key to growing our local green economy. And of course, as we all know, Tucson is a world-class destination for tourism and conferences. So the mayor's efforts are aligned with our regional economic development goals and ultimately result in more investments in Tucson and our region. So personally, I'm grateful that Mayor Romero is representing us on the international stage and making sure that over 1,500 participants in the forum know that Tucson is open for business. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, City Manager. Moving on to item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 139, dated May 20th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor licenses agenda.
Your Honor, on the evening's agenda, we have one application for a special event and one application for an agent change acquisition of control. Both applications are in compliance with city requirements, so an appropriate motion would be to forward item 5C1 and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 6.
Call to the audience. At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Call to the audience will last for 30 minutes, and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow and beep when you have 30 seconds left on your allotted time. When your 3 minutes are up, the light will turn red and the timer will keep beeping. If that happens, please immediately conclude your remarks. Thank you.
Right, so we have our first speaker. I will name the first speaker and then the speaker to follow them so that you know that to be ready to go. Alan Benz, and then JD Butler.
Good evening, members of Mayor and Council. Once again, I am Alan Benz. I'm with the Tucson Bus Riders Union, and here to speak tonight with regards to support for the proposed hotel motel room tax increase there. The suggested tax increase would be according to our calculations, $6 per night. That figure is such that you could probably not purchase a cup of coffee at Denny's and then have to pay the price of the coffee plus the tax and the tip to the server. So that poses actually no burden to the visitor. Two studies that I'd like to refer to. One was done by St. Louis University with regards to fare-free proposal for the St. Louis, Missouri metro area. They found that for every $1 invested in public transit in the St. Louis metro area, it returned $40 at the 40-to-1 payback. And of the 4,500 people that were surveyed over a multi-year period, because of that fare-free provision there, they increased their local spending for goods and services by $600 million in the St. Louis metro area. That's $600 million increase to the St. Louis metro area economy. The other one was done in Kansas City, Missouri, for the Kansas City Transit Authority there by the University of Missouri at Kansas City. And basically they focused on the impact on the environment for a fare-free transit system. And they showed that bus usage would cut harmful emissions in the Kansas City metro area by 33% over regular car, diesel, or other gas-powered things. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Benz. So the next person is JD Butler and then Russell Lowe's after that.
Good evening, council members. My name is JD Butler. I'm with the Arizona Lodging and Tourism Association. We're the statewide voice of the tourism industry. And while I'm not a resident of the city of Tucson, we do have many hoteliers that I'm here speaking on behalf of. Over the past 2 weeks, I understand that many of you have heard directly from local hoteliers. Tonight, I join them to respectfully urge you not to increase the hotel surcharge. Earlier today, we did submit a joint letter alongside the Southern Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and the Asian American Hotel Owners Association. And this really represents a broad cross-section of the local business and lodging communities. Tucson remains the only city in Arizona with a flat per night surcharge. And this is in addition to an already high, over 12% tax rate. Raising the surcharge from $4 to $5 would increase the total cost of a $100 per night room in the city of Tucson to over $117. Let's compare this to Phoenix, where the rate would be about $112, or Chandler, where the rate would be about $111. For event planners, sports groups, and business travelers who are comparing destinations, these differences are really, really significant. It also impacts individual travelers who are going to be more likely to consider short-term rentals, who notably are not subject to this surcharge. And this proposal worsens Tucson's competitive position as a destination for all groups of travelers. It makes it really difficult for the city's hotels to remain competitive. I want to give you some recent local data. FedRooms bookings, this is a federal lodging program, are down 26.6% year to date, and this is in Tucson. Group bookings, also in Tucson, are down 7%, and these are exactly the types of business that is going to be most hit by the surcharge increase. This is part of a national trend as well. International travel is down by 12%, overall travel down by 5.5%, and notably, national park visitation is down 12.1% in March, according to the Arizona Office of Tourism. And these trends highlight a softening market where pricing is going to be increasingly difficult. I did hear earlier mention of astrotourism and the importance of tourism to Tucson's economy, and I could not agree more with that sentiment. However, we are increasingly worried that measures like increasing the hotel surcharge are going to counteract many of those other efforts. Tourism has long been a cornerstone of Tucson's economy, and implementing a surcharge increase really risks undermining that success. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Butler. Next, we'll have Russell Lowe's, and after that, Chris Gilcaris.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and the council. My name is Russell Lowe's, and I've been doing the Community Choice Energy Econometric Modeling for Arizonans for Community Choice. Thanks for commissioning the work of GDS on energy sources for the city of Tucson. And thank you for covering not just the city operations, but also the entire city, the populace. And thank you for taking to heart the 2045 or sooner goal of 100% renewable energy. I greatly appreciate the efforts put into the municipalization option that GDS studied. If, though, the costs become too high to mount, then community choice aggregation, also known as community choice energy or CCE, should be promoted as an alternative option. According to GDS, the average of their cost range for creating a municipality would be $2.5 billion. In high contrast, the startup cost of a CCE is $50 million. And that's literally 1% the cost of municipalization and would be paid back within 2 years as a line of credit, essentially. Put another way, $2.5 billion is 4,900% higher than the cost of starting up a municipalization. So it's a good backup for those who want to go with the muni. If it can't be done, that's a good way to go. Just as we need champions of cleaner renewable energy, we also need champions of the mechanisms to get there, because if we don't have those mechanisms, we never will. Both of these mechanisms that are identified that could get there in a significant way were municipalization and CCE. The other energy options will be chipping away at our CO2 production, but would not be that significant. However, a CCE would be able to meet 100% renewable energy within 9 years. And how do we know? Because CCEs elsewhere are already doing it in 9 years. They're doing this conversion in 9 years in places where the cost of energy is 50 to 100% higher than here. And so we should be able to get there even quicker than what they've been able to do. Why can't TEP pay for these projects? The answer is simple. They are an investor-owned utility accountable to the Canadian-based company called Fortis, and they cannot afford to make any significant investment in the community if it significantly reduces returns to investors. And I'll have to end it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe's. We have Chris. And after Chris, we have Susan Schaefer. I know that we have a couple of folks here speaking to this energy study. If I want to get through all the speaker cards today, so if you hear somebody say something that you were going to say, if you can kind of make your remarks more concise so that we can give everybody an opportunity to speak tonight. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Hi, my name is Chris Giocaris. And yes, I'm also here to talk about the TEP municipalization. So basically, the main issue that concerns me, or not the main issue, but the top issue that I'm thinking about is this. I went through and I looked for their 10K tax forms for last year. They talk about the $259 million in profit they made from TEP last year. So my thinking is, what exactly are we getting for sending $250 million outside of Tucson? This is money coming from Tucson residents, and the money is going out of our community. If we kept it in our community, we're going to hear a lot about, we could lower the bills, we could invest it, we could do other stuff with it. People could keep it in their pockets and do other things locally with that money rather than sending that money out. So if we don't take this opportunity now to not extend the franchise agreement, we're kind of signing up just for continuing to send that money out of Tucson. And I have a whole thing here. I'm kind of nervous my first time, but that's the core of my point. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giocaris. So we have Susan Schaefer and then Dennis Molnar after that.
Suzanne Schaefer, not very good at using the mic. Is that okay? Speaking for myself, city resident. A lot of people seem to think fare free transit is a no-brainer on both sides. Either it's the most obvious way to bring in much needed funds, or it's absurd to charge for an essential service that we actually want more people to use. I don't think it's a no-brainer, but I do think it's a really, really good deal. We mostly talk about keeping transit free in terms of cost and how it competes with other programs and services we want to provide. But since this is a program that helps tens of thousands of people every single day, I want to talk instead about value, because I'm not sure you're really seeing the value of this very simple and powerful thing. If our ridership numbers matched the average of fare charging systems around the country in terms of the percentage of 2019 numbers, we would have 1/3 less ridership. That's a loss of over 15,000 boardings per day, 5 to 6 million trips per year. You might not think each of those boardings matters, but think about the cost throughout the community of that many trips not taken. Think about the value of those trips. Most people who are in favor of fares still want to make it free for those who really need it. But bus riders are not a static group that you can just sign up. If you're not already riding and you're not rich, you don't know when you'll need a bus really any more than you know when you'll need a fire truck. The core issue is access. It's access for Maria Ana, who lives near 22nd and Craycroft and rides the bus every day to the Army Park Senior Center for a $2 meal. She asked me to ask you to please keep it free because this gets her out for a daily walk, and she doesn't know how she could squeeze that bus pass back into her budget. It's access for Brian, a brand new Ward 3 resident who called to request a delivery from Tucson Food Share. And when I told him how he could get there on the bus, it sounded confusing, but he said he'd try. No way would he get there if he had to navigate getting a bus pass first. He's broke, he's hungry, he's worried about his kids. It's access for the person biking along South Alvernon on 106-degree Sunday who gets a flat but still makes it to work because the bus Route 11 belongs to him too. It's access for Michael, the man that I met at El Rio on Congress when I went to see my doctor 2 months ago. He said he was there because he was suicidal and he asked to see the crisis team. An hour later, as I was leaving and he was still waiting, I sat and talked with him until the counselors arrived. He had gotten there on the bus and the streetcar. I'm not saying these are helpless people and you should feel sorry for them and feel guilty about charging them a bus fare. I'm saying you should recognize and celebrate the power and the value of this very simple thing. It's not a handout or a free ride. It's access. It's agency. It's opening a door so people can independently move about, make their effort, and do their best to meet their own needs. You mostly won't see them. You can't count them on a spreadsheet, but you can include them.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. Okay, next we have Dennis Molnar, and after that, Ben Lucero.
Good afternoon, ladies, City Council. Mr. Cunningham, my heart goes out to you. Your father passing away is a tough thing to happen. Thank you. Impassioned speech, I guess I came wholly unprepared. My questions are to Kevin Dahl about the free bus pass rides, as to why we keep on supporting that. And I believe I didn't get the bus fare. I don't know what the reduced fare is for the bus ride, but isn't there a bus system that you can get a reduced fee to get on the bus? Not allowed to. You can't answer?
Call the audience as a part of the meeting where the members of the audience can address the public body, but because it's not agendized by a particular topic, the mayor and council can't engage in a back and forth discussion.
Where would I be able to have that discussion?
You can make your comments to the mayor and council and ask that you get a response afterwards.
Okay. Well, that was my question to you, Mr. Dahl. You told me that that the students love it and the visitors love it. Well, the unfortunate event that happened a few weeks ago, that the out-of-town visitor was tragically lost his life. A couple of days ago at the bus stop on the east side of town, another visitor or a bus rider was again attacked. So I'm not sure what we'll do to address that. I'm all for it. My brother rides the bus on a reduced fare, or used to ride it, and I appreciate that. But I just don't know how we can sustain it. The other question is, I believe it goes to you, Mrs. Ulick, is the parking spots downtown that are blocked off for restaurants, is that a permanent or temporary plan? Oh, you can't answer that either?
We can have staff follow up with information for you for sure. So, Mr. Manager, if you could have Park Tucson.
Honorable Vice Mayor, members of the council, if the clerk can provide the contact information for the gentleman, we'll follow up and get his questions answered. So if you've provided that in your
Yeah, if you could just continue with the questions, and after you're done, we'll have staff follow up with you with your questions.
Thank you, ma'am. The next question I have is, again, this is my first time here. I should come better prepared, but the bikes, those yellow bikes that we have, you can ride, I've seen those parked in parking spots, not off the street.
Is that the rest of your questions?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, we have your information. We'll have staff follow up with responses to your questions.
My contact information is on there? All right. Thank you for your time.
All right, so next we have Ben Lucero, and after that, Gerard McMurrick.
Good evening. Ben Lucero, president of Ashmead Local 905. Paul, condolences again. Today, coming on a better note, we did agree with Mr. City Manager on the skill-based pay program. That is something that we have been trying to get redone for. Paul brought it forward to Mr. Ortega, and I appreciate that, and the utility technicians appreciate that. And that was probably 3 years ago. Mr. Tamir stepped in finally, and we were able to get that done and complete it. And now I am gladly able to say that the city of Tucson does have a position that is going to be the preferred choice of employment, and the skill-based, the water utility technicians. That is a good accomplishment. That is something that can be reflected in other areas. That is a great stepping stone. That is a great way to show your leadership and problem solving. And we appreciate it. So once again, as I said, that's the city of Tucson is going to be an employer of choice for the water utility technicians. It's not going to be rated and taken away from the great group of employees that we do have doing that job. The water utility technicians offers and bring the water all the way from the aquifers all the way to people's water fountains. That's an easy way to say it. There's so much that goes in between, and these are great people that do it. It takes 8 years to complete this program, and these are highly skilled people, and that's a great way to retain them and actually get people in. We've been short-staffed at that position for years and years, and we're at 39, 40 people in that position. We should be at 80. That just shows you how. And with this new program being updated and agreed upon with the union, it'll be fully staffed in no time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero. Next, we have Gerard McMurrick, and after that, Jeanne Lacasco.
This one here. How you guys doing? Mr. Cunningham, my condolences. I never met your father, but I'm glad he was a strong man and taught you well. Thank you. Speaking of family, I ran across this a really old pamphlet, and it was from my great grandfather, who was born in 1896, and it was his retirement pamphlet that would have been put on the table. And he retired from Ford Motor Company, and I thought it was congruent because it shows how strong labor is, you know what I mean, and how strong you all are as well, and that the contract that we put together is what really brings us to the table. And I really thought it was interesting. But listen to this man's story. It was pretty cool. He was born in 1896 in Pennsylvania, and in 1904, his father dies in a coal mine accident. His mother asks him the following month, "You're the oldest, you need to fill his position." At the age of 8 years old, he goes down to the mines of coal in Pennsylvania and starts shoveling coal. His mother, 3 years later, falls in love with another man, and they end up moving to Dearborn, Michigan. At the age of 11, he starts in 1908 at the Henry Ford's Model T assembly line. He works his way from that assembly line all the way to the front. At night, he takes engineering classes and then becomes really good friends with Henry Ford. And his biggest complaint from retiring was that Henry Ford used to steal his sandwiches out of his toolbox or his desk. Anyway, Tim, I just wanted to thank you for coming together. I know labor is weird, you know, just like this man's life is kind of odd. But I wanted to tell you, feel free to come by and steal my lunch out of my toolbox anytime you like. Thank you. Rankin, that's for you too. Y'all have a good evening. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. McMurrick. Maybe Mr. Lucero can take him on a ride on his truck, picking up trash. So, all right. So next we have I don't know if it's Gian or Jean.
Jean.
And then after that we have Clifton Max.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council, and congratulations to those union workers on securing a great contract. That's great to hear because I've been coming to meetings and hearing a lot about that recently. Thank you to Mayor and Council for funding this feasibility study, this looking at public power and looking at energy sourcing for the city. I'm speaking again tonight because I'm really worried about TEP, and I've heard that there are some on council who are considering signing a 25-year franchise agreement with TEP, and I think this is a really disastrous idea because I don't think we should sign our city over for another 25 years to a Canadian corporation. As the gentleman who spoke a few minutes ago said, an investor-owned utility like TEP, mega corporation, Ford is the parent company, they can't have our best interest at heart. The city is facing a real climate emergency, and we cannot allow a corporation to make that decision. It needs to make the decisions that need to be made. We need democracy. We need people, a strong city council and a strong public utility to defend people from the weather. I really love Tucson. There's great food. There's excellent people. I've been here for a few years now, and I've made some great friendships, but I'm really terrified of these summers, and I'm really terrified of what will happen if we continue to allow TEP to control our electricity. I think we should take back our grid, put the Tucson back in TEP. Right now, so after the study results came out, the preliminary results came out, TEP started threatening us with scare tactics, kind of in their press release, alluding to suing us. We need to stick up to bullies. We can't allow the people in this town to be victimized by this corporation. They take so much money out of our economy and make it harder and harder constantly for us living here, raising rates every year since 2019. And it's just going to be what they continue to do. I would certainly vote to take over TEP. I've spoken to thousands of people about their TEP bills, and I'm confident that those folks would vote for a utility as well. Our petition to ask the city to do this, to take over TEP, to begin that process, is now over 3,500 signatures, which is fantastic. Shows that there's real force behind this. We also had about 100 people send in letters to council, as well as Fatima Luna, the chief resiliency officer, and the energy manager, I forget his name, in support of public power. So there's real force and real interest in this. What there's not going to be is support for a franchise agreement of 25 years. It's going to fail. It's a bad idea. We cannot sign our city over to TEP. We need to take back our power. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Next, we have Clifton Max, and after that, Dax Strauss.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Clifton Mays. I live in Ward 3. I am an active member of the Tucson chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm in favor of a city takeover of TEP and am opposed to approving the TEP franchise agreement. I find it politically ridiculous to approve a franchise agreement if we're planning to get rid of the private ownership of TEP. A public electric utility would save poor and middle class Tucsonans a lot of money through lower electric rates. Please vote in favor of a public takeover of TEP.
Clifton. So we have Dax Strauss, and after that, Julianne Oppenheimer.
Yes. Thank you, City Council, for allowing me to speak. I wanted to speak on public utilities as city jobs and how the importance of having more jobs that are city jobs that are secured for people rather than piecing off piece by piece the government to various private companies that may or may not treat their employees correctly, may or may not have respectable benefits. So it would be great if a lot more people, like everyone who could work for all the public utility companies, if we had them in Tucson, who would be earning hopefully a much better living wage, doing that with the city. And yeah, I just think people need better pension options. And so city jobs, just, I don't think that could be anything bad for the city. And on the bus issue, I just also wanted to speak on, I know it's not proposed today, but I heard there's possibility that bus number 5 could be going away, and with no school buses for high school kids, how will the kids get to Catalina High School who have to take the bus currently to Catalina High School? That's just my big concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Doc. Juliana Oppenheimer, and then Glenn Boyles.
Hi. I just want to say thank you very much for the support for the feasibility study that was done in terms of if public power will be a good option. And I personally think that it's worth fighting for, and it's very important that people may have some sort of control over how much their utilities cost. People end up suffering, not being able to pay those bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Glenn Boyles, and then Kara Bissell.
Good evening, I'm Glenn Boyles. Good evening, sorry. I'm Glenn Boyles, resident of Ward 2. First of all, condolences to Councilman Cunningham on your loss. Next, I'd like to do a shout out to TPD for Officer Bonanno, who pulled me over on May 3rd, Saturday morning, as I was speeding significantly. He was extremely professional, and because of the testing that I did to correct that situation, I did learn some new things, and I really appreciate his professionalism and his efforts and those of his fellow PD traffic enforcement officers, which are critical in mitigating accidents, injuries, and deaths on our streets. Thank you, Officer Bonanno and TPD. Regarding the mitigation, risk mitigation, I have concerns regarding my immediate community, particularly the safety and health risk to my vulnerable neighbors. those who range in age from children to elderly, who may or may not have special needs. These risks are induced by the increasing number of pseudo-transient non-residents in our neighborhood who are oftentimes impaired, agitated by alcohol and/or drug use. Many of these non-residents show little or no respect for the residents' property, but of more concern to me is the increased interaction with the residents. Please, I ask you as public servants to the residents of our city, please bolster the safety and security of our residents, but also those non-residents that are out there daily by enforcing the existing laws and proactively increasing the staffing of our emergency services, law enforcement, and first responders. We already have great people in place. I don't think we just have enough, though. And I care about my community. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Glenn. Kara Bissell, and then Lee. Lee, I'm gonna butcher your last name.
My name is Kara Bissell. I represent Veterans for Peace, John Miles, Chapter 13, Tucson. Thank you, Council, for having me here. To ensure human existence, according to scientists, including Noam Chomsky, we have to solve two problems: climate change and our use of nuclear weapons, having them. He says, Noam Chomsky says, they're solvable problems. It starts here at the local level, goes on up from here. Here in Tucson, we have been known to be a sanctuary city-like city. I think we can be proud to have that feeling. But there needs to be more work done. Right now in South Tucson, there's a demonstration going on in the part of town where the apartments that were recently known to be on fire. And two of the Veterans for Peace members are there as peacekeepers right now. And I had someone call me as I was on my way here to tell me that there are armed demonstrators there with firearms. It's out of control. And why is it out of control? There are people that are rioting. It's a voice of the unheard. It has to be changed from a legislative point of view. The legislators from this level, city level on up, need to follow and understand where the people are. Healthcare for all. The migration that Frontier de Cristo is known for helping for this last 41 years has been changed to the point that there's a wall and people have got to follow untenable rules. They need to be recognized. Right now in Tucson and in Phoenix, there were two people that were in a court's law. As they left the court, they were arrested by ICE. These kind of things are the system that has to be changed. Thank you.
Kara. Next we have Lee, and then Derek Funks.
Hi, my name is Lee Zishi. I'm a Ward 1 resident, and I was actually not planning on speaking tonight. You all have heard from me before. We have a lot of amazing, powerful people in this room. But I heard something today during the study session that I felt very compelled to address. Councilmember Dahl, you brought up these emails that over 100 people have now sent you, the mayor, and Fatima Lunma, and Michael, the energy manager. and said that we didn't understand the relationship between the franchise agreement and the public power utility. And I have to say that is completely not true. We understand legally, yes, they are separately, but politically, absolutely not. They are 100% connected, and that is why we are trying to address both of them. I've talked to a lot of organizers who have organized for public power as well as franchise agreements, and there is huge impact when you're talking about those things together. And, I think it would be incredibly confusing for us to vote for a franchise agreement this year, and then in a year or two, if you listen to the study results and move forward, then putting that before voters. That's, to me, what is confusing, and I don't think voters are confused about the difference between a franchise agreement and a public power utility at all. I think it doesn't make sense at all to rush a franchise agreement in the next month and a half. I cannot see us actually getting an agreement that really benefits working class people when we are struggling so much to pay our bills right now. And if you say that voters, reject a franchise agreement this year, that means that they don't care about energy and climate. That is not my experience at all talking to voters. And what people have told us is that they would vote against a franchise agreement, vote for public power. If you're in the room today and support that, could you maybe raise your hand and show that? So yeah, I think it is a very, very popular thing. The feasibility study results are amazing. It shows that we would save hundreds of dollars in the first 5 years and over $1,000 a year on our bills long term. So I very much appreciate Tucson wanting this to be about climate and having renewable energy, but this is also about an affordability issue. People cannot pay their bills. Things cannot go on like that. And that is why I believe in the power of Tucson and the potential for us to take on a corporation like TEP. The mask is off now. They're threatening to sue us. That's not what a community partner does. That's exposing Fortis, the for-profit company that has its boot on our neck and is extracting profit. And so the study says it will take leadership for this to happen. And I'm here today to ask you to show that leadership. Please move forward with public power. Pause the negotiations with the franchise agreement. This year does not make sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lee. Next, we have Derek, and after that, Robert Cook.
I always hate speaking after Lee. My name is Derek Funkus. I'm a member of Tucson. I've been here all my life, born and raised. I love this city. Mr. Cunningham, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm a father, as are many people, and I love my father, and I'm sure you love yours. Because I love this city, I'm here to speak for public power. I think that the feasibility study has shown amazing results. I think that the people of Tucson really deserve a city that is willing to work for them and to buy out TEP, to provide public power. For many places, air conditioning, electricity, those things might be kind of a luxury, but in Tucson, they are a necessity. It's a human right. People are literally dying because of the heat, and that's just going to get worse and worse as we face climate change, which Tucson is doing things for, and public power would be one of those things. In addition to public power, I just want to add my voice to free public transportation. That's an amazing thing. I think that there are so many people that would use that. I want to add my voice to the unhoused people. People complain about having to worry about, people on drugs or people who threaten them. But I think that those people are first and foremost members of our community, and they are our brothers and sisters, and they should not be on the streets. So whatever we can do, we can buy uninhabited buildings, and of which there are many in Tucson. We can make Tucson beautiful and safe at the same time, while putting those people who are on the streets first, as well as the citizens who are concerned for their own safety. I know that Tucson has beautiful skies and wonderful food and wonderful people, and I love our city. And so I advocate for all of these things because I think that Tucson can be forward-thinking and can be a leader not only in Arizona, but nationally and globally. And I want to put our city on the map for the wonderful city that it is. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Derek. Our final speaker is Robert Cook.
Yes, thank you, everyone, and especially our interim council members, Karen Ulick and Council Member Perez. Thank you very much for helping the city at a critical time. I'll have to say that we are in the most critical political crisis in our lifetime. And so, given the context of where we are as human beings and Americans and as Tucsonans, I certainly appreciate everything that you do. I can't imagine what it must be like to have to deal with all of the issues in our city right now under these conditions. So I certainly thank all your efforts. I'm here. I'm Bob Cook. I'm representing the Greater Tucson Climate Coalition. I'm a resident of Tucson for 65 years. And I'll have to say, I have never felt so much gratitude for being part of this city. When you look out at what's going on in the world, we are truly a magical place, a blue bubble in a crazy world. So let's keep that spirit going. And I remember George, he was one of the, we've got a great progressive, caring, multicultural place. Let's keep it going forward. I want to address the energy sourcing studies. The motivation for that study, of course, was the Tucson's Climate Action Plan. Where did that plan come from? It came from the community. And what we said in that plan was that the investor utility model is no longer applicable to our future. It doesn't fit our future. There's no way this model, which helped America and Tucson and everywhere develop the infrastructure that we have, but it's insufficient for taking us forward. We need to move away from this monopoly model. It's one of the few areas in our economy where there's no competition. There's no choice. There's no choice. We have no choice over our energy sources. And if you watch the climate science, you know that it's going fast. Anyway, I want to just point out that there was one thing really major missing in the study session and the presentation by GDS, and that's a comparison between the two. We've made that. That once you realize that municipalization is going to be a hard-fought battle, Boulder tried it for 10 years, it failed. We need to move to solutions. Community choice is a solution. I worked on a feasibility energy sourcing study 50 years ago.
Thank you, Bob. Can you please come to a closing?
We can make that transition in the next 5 years.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you.
That concludes our call to the audience. Moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through N.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is extension of intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for street naming and addressing services. Item C is Title VI, Equity Analysis and Public Outreach Report for major service changes to Suntran routes 2, 12, 16, 18, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, and 62. Item D is Title VI, Compliance Policies for major service changes to Suntran. Item E is an intergovernmental agreement for transportation funding with the City of Tucson and the Arizona Department of Transportation, ADOT, for scoping services for Project T0677, various locations to install traffic control devices that assist pedestrians in safely crossing busy roadways. Item F is an intergovernmental agreement for transportation funding between the City of Tucson and the Arizona Department of Transportation for scoping services for Project T0678, various locations. Item G is an intergovernmental agreement for transportation funding between the City of Tucson and the Arizona Department of Transportation for scoping services for Project T0679, various locations, 386 to install traffic control devices. Item H is a lease renewal with T-Mobile West LLC, DBA T-Mobile for property located at 961 West Speedway Boulevard, LF 0448 RP 568. Item I is Impact Residential Development LLC, Lariat Village Impact Fee Subsidy Request. Item J is an intergovernmental agreement between the Public Safety Communications Department and Tucson Unified School District. Item K is renewal of an intergovernmental agreement between Pima County and the City of Tucson for fiscal years 2026 to 2028, Home Consortium and Sub Award. Item L is initiation of El Presidio Neighborhood Plan Update. Item M is an intergovernmental agreement with the Arizona Mutual Aid Compact between the City of Tucson and the Arizona Department of Emergency and Military Affairs. Item N is an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Tucson and the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management.
May I please have a motion?
The consent agenda.
Your Honor, I move we pass and adopt the items on the consent agenda.
Roll call?
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Nick Sulik?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mayor Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8,
Public hearing, proposed comprehensive operational analysis, COA, major service changes to Suntran routes 2, 12, 16, 18, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, and 62.
City Manager's communication number 159 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record. This is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to take a formal action on the recommended major bus service changes for Suntran routes 2, 12, 16, 18, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, and 62 for implementation in August of 2025. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to a 5-minute presentation. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you're representing, and whether or not you're a paid speaker. Is there anyone else in the, is there anyone?
Yes, we have one speaker.
I have Suzanne Schaefer.
Okay. Great appreciation to wonderful Suntran staff on all their work. What have I done wrong? Yeah, their time should be valued. They're out and about doing public meetings this week. They told us last night at the meeting at Ward 1 that they didn't have a way of tracking the amount of time that they were spending on the project of all these public meetings. I think that's something that's important as we go forward with various things, whether it's, considering fair scenarios and all that kind of thing, because all of these are expenses. But what I have to say about these changes, I'm not objecting to any of them. I have some misgivings about the combining the 18 and the 16. I think there's really some strong pros and cons on that. But the reason I'm up here speaking has to do with the Laos Transit Center and its role in the whole South Side sort of bus system. When the COA, the way I understand it, the first draft of the COA had quite a number of routes that are currently going through the Laos Transit Center, coming out of the Laos Transit Center, the 12 and 24, to go stay on 12th Avenue and not go into the center. We've already pulled the 25 out and the 11 that used to be the 11 and 50. I don't dispute the efficiencies and the advantages of doing that. But I see that now the ones that were finally going to be bypass the Laos Center are now not going to bypass the Laos Center because the equity study determined that would have a disparate impact on different populations and that was going to cause difficulty. So the point I want to make is that the tension there is between, some riders would rather have an efficient straight across. A lot of people do transfer out on the street on the major intersections. A lot of people would prefer to be in a transit center. I personally think that the transit centers are super important. I think we need to give them our love and attention and spend time there and and make sure that they are comfortable, safe places for people. As a non-car driver, I value, to me, the biggest safety feature has to do with there's no cars there. So that's what the transit center is about for me. It's a place where I can go, figure out what's going on, figure out what the best way to get the next place I'm going. I value the transit centers. However, the reason that it is an acceptable efficiency to take those routes out, the reason that it saves a significant amount of resources is because the buses can't make a left turn in a reasonable period of time out of the Laos Transit Center because of the way the signal is. And so whenever we bring this up with transportation staff or SunTrans staff, they say, yeah, we've been trying to get that done for a long time. This is an issue of transportation working as a whole and prioritizing the bus in the way things are going and what's funded in terms of traffic engineering. It shouldn't be two separate things. The other piece of the tension is the fact that if you do want to do it the quick, efficient way and transfer on the street and not have to take the time to go into the transit center, then you've got major, major safety issues and comfort issues as a pedestrian or as a cyclist out on the street. So all of those things, especially on the south side, especially around the Laos Transit Center, really need to be focused on as a holistic situation, because we should have the option of using a transit center or not using a transit center. Both of those should be efficient and safe options. And right now, kind of neither of them are efficient and safe options for these various reasons. And so we've got this either or and kind of back and forth. And yeah, pedestrians, bus riders, all together. Thank you.
Thank you, Suzanne. That is the only speaker we have for this item. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item?
I have one more speaker card.
Okay,
Vice Mayor.
JP?
My name is Jonathan Salvatierra. I'm a native Tucsonan. I'm not a retained speaker. I have a bus card. I haven't had to use it in a while, but I think it's a good item to have because it allows demographics in a way that we can correspond which entities benefit from the bus, which entities don't, which entities benefit more than others. And in a logic strain of a pay-go type system, university, as students come in and out, they use the buses. Our high schools, junior highs, charter schools, malls, major destinations use the bus. And if we were able to track that in a way that gives it some credibility, we already know that the U of A overbooks all their parking. So if you don't show up at 7 in the morning, you don't have a parking place, even though you paid an annual fee. Things like that play into this. So a lot of people love to use the bus. And the other thing that corresponds with adding or subtracting routes is the convenience factor, the ability for people to know easily what buses come into their area, and having charting and having safe shaded area so that they can feel safe when they're waiting for the bus. This thing about pay go though is we want to monetize everything in this corridor. We first thought, oh, we're never going to have signage on our buses. What do we see? Okay. So I honestly feel that entities like the university, the charter schools should have some kind of a stipend that they share back with the city, because this is a valuable entity. Even the major entities, the Raytheon, Davis-Monthan, anyone else that has a major impact in transportation keeps vehicles off the road. It reduces the risk of having more vehicles out there that create more risk. And we don't need any more accidents on our streets. It's unsafe enough. And the pedestrian count for people that are killed is just hellacious. So we can improve those things by making these incremental changes, and without trying to monetize something that is already a disparity. They're already running at a bare minimum, like our low income people or mothers that take their have to take their kids to the shopping center. It's a 2 or 3 hour ordeal. I wouldn't even contemplate how incredibly difficult that is. But they do it. They do it, and thankfully, it doesn't cost them, so much more. Adding value added tax, that's kind of what we look at when we see, what's realistic, what's feasible, what's not. And in deriving those identifications, we'll find that if we serve the most people at the least cost and we consider risk mitigation in the travel and transportation sector, we will save lives. People will be thankful for the service that is rendered, and you'll all be praised. And you'll do the right thing. This thing about the fee schedule, or actually my Suntran card. I've mentioned it to the Teamsters 104 that they're drivers. They're not babysitters. They don't do security work. It's not relevant to them. That's not part of their job description. So if we had a card that tracks how many people are tourists, how many people are moms taking their kids to the shopping center, how many are just students, how many are seniors, we could create some wonderful demographics that would give us some really good ideas of how to modify some of our streets and similar functions. We had during the gem show many years ago, we had these 20-person buses running around with the windows all blanked out because nobody knew what they were used for. But city was paying for it because they were pulling $70 to $90 million a year, into the city coffers with the gem show. A lot of these things are really crucial, and I'm very grateful to have a welcome place at a bus and a safe ride. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, JP. May I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, the public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read Resolution 23931 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23931 relating to transportation and public transit, approving the major service changes to Suntran routes 2, 12, 16, 18, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 29, and 62, and setting an effective date of August 17th, 2025.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution 23931.
Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. Sam and team, I did want to follow up on the transit center ingress and egress question. I think that we've done a lot of work in planning our streets, for example, to have either pullouts or extra lanes to facilitate the flow of buses and even prioritize the flow of buses. So is that something that we need to solve for, and can we support you in that effort?
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Ulick, thank you for that question. We were actually just looking at the geometry of that intersection at Laos Transit Center, particularly. It is a bit of a skewed intersection in the way that the street just across lines up, and there is a hawk there right now. But I made a note in my book. We will definitely go back and see what can be done to try to make that more efficient for all users.
Thank you, Sam.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Councilmember Ulick. Could we do roll call?
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Ulick?
Aye.
Mayor Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. Resolution 23911 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 9.
Public hearing, City of Tucson's General Plan, Plan Tucson 2025.
City Manager's Communication number 155 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record. This is a time and place legally advertised for a public hearing to discuss the City of Tucson's General Plan Tucson 2025. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than 1 hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Please come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you're representing, and whether or not you're a paid speaker. Okay, so it sounds like we're going to start this item by staff making a presentation, and then we will move on to our speaker cards.
Well, Vice Mayor, council members, thank you so much for the opportunity to present to you today for our public hearing on the General Plan, Plan Tucson 2025. Great opportunity. I don't have a clicker, so I might just say next slide.
Could you get closer so we could hear you, please?
Testing 1, 2.
There we go.
There it goes. Yeah, again, thank you so much for the opportunity to present. In this presentation, we'll give a brief refresher on what is the general plan, the update process that we've gone through to get to this point, what our preliminary draft looks like. We'll go through some of the revision process that we've done, including the public hearings we held with the Planning Commission, and then end with some of the next steps in our recommendation. Next slide, please. So the general plan is a state-required long-range vision document. It covers a range of issues of topics that impact and form what our community will look like over the long term. It's a policy document that gives high-level guidance to all things from future plans to initiatives to any kind of projects or undertakings the city may take over the next 10 years. And unique among planning documents is that it goes to the public for a vote. Our current general plan was passed by voters in 2013, and at the end of 2022, Mayor and Council gave our office a directive to begin the process to update the plan. Next slide, please. And so we've started off with what would be a 3-year process to really engage with the community to make sure, thank you, to make sure that we can create a document that reflects what our community wants to see as our long-range vision for the community. Today marks the last step of phase 3 of our process, where we will hopefully have a complete plan, general plan to present to the public for vote in November. And the first 2 phases of that plan really represent a 1.5 years of continuous public engagement with our community to make sure that we have an idea of what all we want to see in the general plan. What do we want our community to look like? The first 6 months in phase 1 was talking to our community about what do they love about Tucson, what are they concerned about, where do they see challenges and opportunities. And 13,000 comments later, we had what we needed to begin forming what would be our working groups, which were the core themes of interest that our community cared about. And we spent a year plus with our community then on what we should do as far as how to improve housing, how to improve our environmental situation, how to improve transportation, our economy, community resources, all these areas of key concern. And they were with our community volunteers multiple hours of the day for months on end to really form what would be the goals and policies of our general plan. We held our working group meetings in person, hybrid, and all over town. And then because these meetings were usually held during work days and office hours, we held a number of community forums that were on weekend and evening hours to make sure that we could talk to the broader range of our community throughout that phase. And then in the end of 2024, we really put together what our draft would look like and spoke to people again about, do we have it right? Is this where we need to be heading? And at the end, in December of 2024, we had our first draft of the plan. And again, really want to stress just that the level of engagement that we had was at all levels. We used every tool available to us, including the different environments that Tucson offers, a number of their community events that we have, from Festival of Books to Tucson Meet Yourself. We met at ward offices, we were in person, we were hybrid. And then we also just talked to a lot of stakeholder groups, neighborhood associations, interest groups, and of course our working groups themselves, who are made up of content experts to form where our policies and general plan should be. We also learned a lot of lessons. So where we saw that the plan, that we weren't getting the kind of engagement we needed across the community, we made sure to focus in on areas that we weren't hearing from. We changed the materials that we had to make sure that we were getting there. And in the end, we had our first draft of the plan. So it's broken up into 5 chapters. The first 2 chapters are introductory material and kind of a current condition state for our city. Chapter 3 is where the bulk of the plan lives in our goals and values and policies. Chapter 4 focuses on the future growth and direction for where we can head in development over the next 10 years. And implementation talks about the various strategies we have for how we can make sure this plan is implemented. And these are the 14 goals of the plan. They cover a range of issues that the community has told us is most important to them. Unique to this plan is that we have a goal on equity and a goal on transportation, which were not part of the 2013 general plan. When we think of sustainability in the 2013 plan, this time around we have a more focused view, thinking of climate resilience and how it deals with energy, looking at environment and how we deal with materials and resource recovery, and then open space preservation. And like the 2013 plan, we still have goals that focus deeply on things that we care about, such as water preservation, education, housing, our economy, and preserving our culture and history. Our future growth scenario map is a tool that was developed in 2013, and it was controversial at the time because it was developed close to the end of the process. This time around, we really focused to make sure that we had deep engagement very early on in the process to make sure that the tool that we have would be used to really provide guidance for what the community wants to see over the next 10 years as far as development, including the kind of character that we want to see in different parts of town, the level of intensity of development, and what kind of flow that we see in ranges of housing and commercial uses. In this plan, all of the different building blocks, which are future land uses in the development map, have a mix of both commercial and residential uses, just at different scales. The implementation chapter really focuses on how we can use all the different functional plans the city has. We have a plan on housing, a plan on water, a plan on climate resilience, and we want to, and they all had their own engagement processes. We didn't just want to wipe through that. So we found ways to make sure that we are incorporating those documents as part of the implementation of our goals of the general plan. The feedback we got from the end of December 2024 through the month of January was a rush to make sure that we could get in as much feedback as we could for what this plan has to offer and what people thought it was missing, what were the blind spots. And from a number of in-person, virtual, and pop-up sessions, we had over 800 comments from folks saying what they thought would be best for revision and change. We had a number of added policies, a number of revisions, a lot of added extra narrative content for what people wanted to see, including in our history and our narrative sections for our goals to make sure that we were really reflective of what the community thought was important to them. And that's what we presented with a second revised draft at our first public hearing with the Planning Commission. That first public hearing was on March 12th. It was held at the Ward 2 office and was hybrid. We had something like 20 people online and another 15 or so in person. 7 people came up to speak, and we heard from folks about the importance of aesthetics of our longer streetscapes. We heard about the importance of housing, how climate resilience and making sure that we're thinking about the urban heat island impact was important. Commissioners asked questions about how implementation and action items were going to be incorporated into the plan. We took that feedback and made sure that we would have answers ready for our second public hearing. On April 9th, we held a second public hearing here at City Hall. There was some 17 speakers that came to speak, 30 people online, well over 20 people in attendance in person. And folks came to talk again about the importance of undergrounding utilities, reiterating the need for housing and affordability, concerns about connectivity in our transit network. But most all, and we heard this at both public hearings, was just support for the plan. We heard that people felt that they liked the engagement process, that they thought that we had been heard, and that over the last year and a half that they'd really seen a lot of their voices incorporated into the document. Which is why we believe that Planning Commission gave us a recommendation to approve and adopt the general plan on the condition that we incorporate aspects of feedback that we heard from SABA and TAR, the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association and Tucson Association of Realtors, as well as additional content in our implementation chapter on creating an annual report and how to deal with administrative errors. So SABA's and TAR's requests included things like making sure that we had additional language on the financial obstacles that have occurred over the last 10 years, which have prevented or have impeded the ability to produce more attainable and affordable housing. They asked for revisions in some of the policies that dealt with environmental sustainability or material use. They didn't want to see any kind of mandates that would prevent or limit their ability to develop new homes and affordable housing. And they also asked for an additional policy on permitting to provide guidance on how we can make that a more efficient and streamlined process. And we included that in our revised document that was presented for this. Beyond the revisions of SABA and TAR, we also included the Planning Commission's recommendations as far as creating an annual report process and how to deal with administrative amendments. We also looked at some of the feedback that we got during the public hearings and incorporated additional narrative language as well as a few revisions to policies to make sure that was clear from what we heard from the public. Since the most recent draft was released, we've had an ongoing conversation with stakeholders about undergrounding utilities and streetscape language. The recommendation we got from Planning Commission did not include a request or direction to change the language that we had. So that maintained, we maintained the current language that we have, which is language in our development guidelines that states where possible to underground utilities, and that should be a prime consideration for language, but it's not meant to be binding. So where there are the need to put above ground utilities, it should be done. For the conservation of land systems, we've heard from the Coalition for the Conservation of the Sonoran Desert. They've been good partners with us on how we can improve language in the plan, but they also want to see additional language on how we can improve the conservation of land systems. And we have two policies directly speaking to this, and they've asked for additional language to make sure that we further implement or incorporate the CLS. We have thought through ways that it's possible to adopt that language. And the Historic Commission, which has been a good stakeholder with us as well, has told us that they really approve and appreciate the language we have for our historic policies. They just had minor tweaks and adjustments for language that they also want to see included. So next steps for us is that, assuming that we get to move forward with the process, we begin phase 4, which is about voter outreach. So when we have an adopted and approved plan, that will go to the public.
Real quick, if possible, could you just raise your voice just a little bit? I want to be able to hear you.
Sure thing. Is this better? We just want to make sure that the phase 4, when we have an adopted and approved plan, is what we'll take to the public to make sure that we begin voter outreach. This does need to be approved by the voters to go into full effect. So we want to make sure that they know what is on the ballot, what the language will say, and what is the importance of adopting this new plan, ensuring that their feedback over the last 3 years is incorporated and that we have a plan that's relevant for the next 10 years. So that election will be on November 4th. We're also working on the creation of a web version of the plan to make sure that it's accessible to folks who don't have an access to the printed version. So staff recommends that we do adopt and approve the General Plan Tucson 2025 as the general plan for the City of Tucson as submitted, or with whatever recommended changes y'all request. And with that, I would just like to say I'm open to any questions y'all have, and I would like the opportunity to thank my staff, Ian Wan, Amanda Smith, Eric Bieber, and Jessica Janicek for all their hard work. Truly humbled to work with them, and to thank every member of the community who really helped shape what this process has become. It really is a community effort, and I'm very proud of the vision we've created.
Thank you. So we'll be moving on to our speaker cards.
I do have a question. Sorry, I wasn't quite able to hear you on the ongoing conversations, in particular the historic and the conservation land systems. I got letters making additional recommendations after the Planning Commission's recommendation. Do I understand correctly, you're going with just the Planning Commission, or did you make any of those changes they suggested?
The recommendations we had from the Historic Commission were made after the version of the draft that is being presented today. So the recommendations that you saw in the letter that they sent to your office have not been incorporated yet. For the conservation of land systems, we changed from the draft previous to the March version of the draft to this most current draft. We changed land use 23, which states, which had stated consider the adoption or consider the conservation of land systems for entitlements, to say encourage the use of the conservation of land system for entitlements.
But it doesn't have the adopt the conservation land system.
No, sir.
Would there be any problems with amending when we get to the point of either of those letters of recommendation?
The question is, would it be possible to implement?
That question.
Yeah. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, with respect to anything related to land use planning or the conservation land system, that is a potential process that the mayor and council could engage staff to direct us to bring back through several, proper channels of that process. It would not necessarily be appropriate to have that adopted as a part of Plan Tucson.
What about the historic recommendations? It seems to me that that was kind of words.
The changes they recommended are feasible. They're easy enough to make.
So you guys would be okay if that was?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, so we'll move forward with the speaker cards. So just as a reminder, come forward when I call your name and make your presentation. State your name, whether you live in the city, whom you're representing, and whether or not you're a paid speaker. Our first speaker is Kate Hoden.
Good evening. I will rely on Councilmember Perez to let me know if you cannot hear me. So I am Kate Houghton. I'm with the Coalition for Sonoran Desert Protection. I am their co-executive director, and I'm very pleased to say they do pay me, including to be here. We are here this evening to ask the City of Tucson to endorse the Conservation Lands System. This is a land use policy guidance, which is important. Tool from Pima County's award-winning Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. So first we want to thank Plan Tucson team who is here this evening. We also want to thank PDSD for all of their work to date on this issue. We also want to thank the mayor and council for your continued leadership on issues related to responsible development, climate, and biodiversity issues here in the city of Tucson. So the CLS is a blueprint for conservation planning alongside economic development. So we can have both, and that's really important to emphasize here. We can have meaningful density increases alongside conservation protections. So CLS would only apply to entitlement reviews, which is noted in the land use policy that Cesar was just discussing, and only those that include the highest biological land here in the city of Tucson. That is mostly alongside our washes, our primary washes. So it also allows for flexibility. So with open space requirements able to be met with off-site parcels. So there's quite a bit of flexibility in this. It is a policy guidance again. So the city actually already does adopt the CLS for future annexations. More than 10 years ago, actually, they did this. Tonight, we just asked for it also to be adopted for the rest of the city. And we're very grateful that the city has already strengthened the commitment to the CLS in this draft. Again, you heard from the term consider to encourage. We'd recommend, though, that before we wait another 10 years, we strengthen this language even further. So look, again, like I said, this is policy guidance. Tonight, we ask that you simply consider updating this relevant land use policy from consider to encourage to apply, right? So you have the option in front of you to choose to change this policy guidance to say that you will apply the CLS as it was designed. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to discussing this with you further.
Thank you, Kate. Our next speaker is Martha Lynn.
We're a bit out of line. The Tucson plan will continue to deal with the TEP public-owned thing, although I realize the vote is this year on TEP, but should we go for public utility, this is going to be a part of the Tucson plan. We could have done this during the call to the audience, and it is my error in scheduling this now. We are two Tucson Raging Grannies. We speak for the Raging Grannies with this, and our comments are in this song. So listen to the lyrics. Our country is completely run by big business. That is why the best thing we can do is this: transform them all into cooperatives that are owned and run by workers or communities. A worker-owned cooperative is true democracy, unlike in our current corporatocracy. In a worker co-op, those who make the product also run the company. Community-owned cooperatives are usually a city-owned or county-owned utility. So our money never goes to rich investors. What would have been profit for them stays here to make our bills lower. We need to finally show TEP the door. With them, the percent of Tucson power from solar has remained so low that they no longer cite the chart that showed it on their own website. We now have the opportunity to switch from TEP into a utility, which will do what we want it to at reasonable cost, while keeping all our money here where we consumers are the boss. Arizona should be #1 in solar, but even Vermont and Hawaii beat us so far, because TEP's a profit-making tool. They continue burning fossil fuel. TEP, no. Profit-free cooperative, yes. For Tucson.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Schwartz.
Well, that's one of the 1,000 reasons we've just heard why Tucson is such a wonderful, wonderful community. And I want to thank all of you for listening to us the way you do, not just tonight, but all year long. My name is John Schwartz. I'm on the steering committee of the Tucson Neighborhood Undergrounding Coalition. I wish I were a paid speaker, but I'm a volunteer. I can't remember the other question. I'm a citizen of Tucson, the city of Tucson. And Paul, like a long list of others tonight, I express my deep condolences. I knew your dad. I worked with him for a number of years. And so I know the deep loss, not just for you and your family, but for the whole community and beyond. My condolences to you. We've prepared a handout that I believe you have. And the handout has 5 amendments on it to Plan Tucson. The amendments are in yellow. And the purpose of the amendments is to make the aesthetic appearance of Tucson a goal as well as a policy in the transportation and land use sections of Plan Tucson. It's now unmentioned in the plan, either as a goal or a policy. The general aesthetic appearance of Tucson is important for many, many reasons, and the city should have protecting it and enhancing it as at least one among its objectives. The impact of the increasing clutter of high industrial-looking utility poles and lines on Tucson's feel and ambience is just one example. The city can also do more to line its public rights of way with plant and drought-resistant shade trees or other vegetation. Many miles of these rights of way now look abandoned and unkempt. Vegetation in numerous street medians as well can be improved, and our sign code both strengthened and enforced better. And it's with examples like these in mind that we propose the amendments to the plan listed on the handout sheet that we've given you. And I think you can see, if you look at the sheet, that The first and third of them is simply adding the word aesthetics to the goal 13 and goal 14. And the second, fourth, and fifth of them are, one of them is adding a new policy that has to do with designing and protecting the aesthetic attractiveness of Tucson's streetscapes and arterials and the streets within our neighborhoods. And also simply adding to another one of the policies so that construction minimizes the aesthetic intrusion and are sensitive, and then it goes on the way it ordinarily did. So our request is that you amend Plan Tucson with the highlighted portions in the handout that we've given you. And thank you again so much for listening to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Our next speaker is J.P. Salvatierra.
Vice Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Paul, your dad was an incredible mensch to our community, to the state, to the legislature, and a special jewel to the family in Tucson. I think it's carried on in you, and that's a blessing that we all can endure with. Thank you. I'd like to start out with a little song. Goes along with There's a Hole in Daddy's Arm Where All the Money Goes. There's a hole in Tucson's economy where all the money goes. Foreign proxies and special interests, I suppose. When city leadership covers their bets, the general public incurs the debt. Public acclamation doesn't last too long when proxies rule the show. When the mayor and council guarantees our deepest budget woes. If there's any hope in sight, it's overruled without a fight. 'Cause stakeholders' veiled greed overrules taxpayers' pleas. As Fortis proxy billions elude our city's recapture, reinvestment, all our needs can barely ever be met. And on a straight-on basis, zero and low interest IDA bonds for TEP and other profit-driven healthcare nonprofits like Banner make billion-dollar profits as silent beneficiaries, monopolies in our community. And they are the recipients of those IDA bonds at low and zero interest. Billions. Check your Google. Please don't proffer or tender any future public proposed voting on any and all franchise agreements, Plan Tucson, bond measures, sales tax, or RTA next vote considerations or ballot. These considerations may not move forward or gain support without a requisite 10-year audit history of Pima County's portion of RTA tax revenue stream proceeds that a fully independent financial audit disclosure will account for. Somewhat up to $100 million of our Pima County taxpayer dollars collected locally for RTA budget and projects now incomplete, removed for timely consideration, or ignored as unrecoverable, intentionally deferred, inflated value lost. we're held back for many reasons, and money is the basis of a lot of this. We see the Board of Supervisors today. They're in a quandary. They can't move because the Fed has got their hands tied. So we have to look at our obligations and look at the benefits we can derive for the people here locally. Health, service, environment, all the more creative things we can do, and that we can integrate into our plans now. Tucson Electric Power, their quasi-murder poles. If you've gone down Country Club between 22nd and Clark, 22nd and Prince, those kind of areas that they're right on the curb. That huge area, you take one expanded side, create a pedestrian two-lane artery, separate for traffic and people and bikes, and put the 161 kV underground along with fiber optics that the city owns, the county and the city. Mind you, we just heard about 13 different propositions, IGAs, that are all willing to cooperate and negotiate. We can do this. No outside interest controls our government.
Thank you, JP.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is
God
Helen
bless you, Paul.
Erickson.
Vice Mayor.
Can you go to the taller mic, please?
Can you?
The taller mic?
Thank you. I am Helen Erickson.
Helen, could you get a little closer, please? Thank you.
Will this work? Does this work? Yes, good. Thank you. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz and council members. I am Helen Erickson, and I am a Tucson resident. I serve as a member of the Tucson Pima County Historical Commission, and I am speaking on behalf of the commission. On May 7th, the commission voted unanimously to respectfully request 4 amendments to the current draft of Plan Tucson. Tonight, I am requesting that you direct city staff to work with the commission to integrate these 4 amendments into the final plan, Tucson. For the past year, I have chaired a working group of commission members and city staff in a collaborative effort to redevelop the historic preservation policies in Plan Tucson. For the record, I'd like to express my appreciation for the work of city staff who supported this undertaking: Ian Wan, Cesar Acosta, Amanda Smith, and Dan Bursick. As you know, the city hired a new historic preservation officer only recently. At the beginning of May, she joined a meeting of the TPCHC working group, and the amendments requested here resulted from that conversation. They were unanimously passed by the full commission at its subsequent meeting on May 7th. The requested policy amendments are: Historic 1 should read, develop a heritage preservation plan. Historic 3 should read, document, preserve, and promote Tucson's cultural heritage, traditions, and historic resources, including archaeology, architecture, performance, art, music, landscapes, and events. Historic 11 should read, explore economic incentives and funding mechanisms for preservation. In addition, we request that the following policy be added to the transportation goal, because we believe that the evaluation of historic, cultural, and archaeological resources in the earliest phases of transportation planning will avoid long, drawn-out revisions of projects, such as occurred with Broadway Boulevard, as well as confrontations with authorities tasked to preserve tribal heritage, as we experienced with the lawsuits against the city during the past fall. This policy should read, Transportation 13, identify and mitigate transportation project impacts on historic and cultural resources, especially on marginalized or underrepresented communities. For reference, I have here copies of the letter from Chair Majewski to Mayor and Council itemizing the motion passed by the Commission on May 7th. To summarize, I am respectfully requesting that City staff be directed to work with the Commission to implement these 4 edits to Plan Tucson. Thank you for your attention and for your service to our city.
Thank you, Helen. Our next speaker is Brendan Lyons.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, members of the council, my name is Brendan Lyons, Government Affairs Director for the Southern Arizona Home Builders Association. On behalf of our more than 350 members, Council Member Cunningham, our deepest condolences, our heartfelt, are with you and your family. Council Member Perez, congratulations on your appointment. I'm pleased to stand before you and speak on this matter. First off, I will concede that I did not come to this public hearing expecting to audition for The Voice. However, I'd also like to say that on behalf of my fellow speakers, congratulations on your courage. First, I want to express our sincere appreciation to city staff, especially to CESER, PDSD, and the Plan Tucson team for their hard work and dedication throughout this process. The level of stakeholder engagement and transparency has demonstrated by your team has been commendable. We also want to thank the Planning Commission for thoughtfully considering public input and for including many of SABA's comments in the final draft. We're encouraged by the plan's focus on housing, infill, sustainability, and economic opportunity, and we recognize the genuine effort to ensure that this document reflects the diverse needs of our growing community. To help strengthen the plan as it moves forward, we've submitted a letter with several recommendations, additional recommendations that we respectfully ask you to consider. They're very specific in nature that you could either choose to adopt or dismiss. But to summarize, clarifying Land Use 11 and Governance 15 to better align infrastructure investments with designated growth areas, supporting climate responsive building practices through incentive-based approaches, establishing a development services navigator to guide the applicants through new regulations and the permitting process, amending Land Use 8 to include housing production within the language of this policy, and applying conservation land systems policies with the appropriate flexibility to meet future housing needs, particularly on strategic parcels such as state trust land. These suggestions are offered in the spirit of collaboration and with a shared commitment to making Tucson an even better place to live and work. SABA is proud to be a partner of this effort, and we thank you for your time and for your leadership. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brendan. Our next speaker is Stella McSmith.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Stella Mae Smith. I've lived in Tucson for 49 years. I'm not paid to speak, and I'm representing the Dark Skies of Southern Arizona group and the Tucson Amateur Astronomy Association. And I'm speaking in support of the current version of the city plan. As was mentioned earlier tonight at this meeting, Tucson has some wonderful dark sky characteristics and some vast astronomy resources, and it's being recognized for its dark skies. But it has much greater potential than it is actualizing. In terms of worldwide comparisons in dark skies, Tucson has fallen behind in recent years. In the 1980s, Tucson was the first city in the world to develop an outdoor lighting code. The International Dark Skies Association, that now certifies dark sky areas on 6 continents, was founded in Tucson in the 1980s. Yet, in spite of this history of the astronomy and potential sky qualities
and the connection with dark skies that we have had for these years, Tucson does not qualify to be certified at the international level as a dark sky city. There are 23 locations in Arizona that are certified by dark skies, but Tucson does not qualify. We believe Tucson has the potential to compete and to be certified at the international level, and as it can make a great dark sky city with that certification and have an even greater, stronger reputation than it already does for its astronomy and for its commitment to the view of dark skies. But we have to develop further to do that. We think environmental considerations that are built into the current version of the city plan can help us get there. We want to get there, and we can continue to support the work of the city planners and the latest version of the city plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Stella. That was our last speaker card. Is there anyone else in the audience wishing to be heard on this item? If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The public hearing is closed. Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read Resolution 23933 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23933 relating to planning and development services, adopting Plan Tucson 2025 and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. I'd like some input from the manager and team, but what I'd like to propose is a motion to direct the manager and our team to bring the finalized document back either June 3rd or the 17th to allow for the final integration of some of this important feedback that we're hearing from the Historic Commission and the conservation groups, Saboteur. I think just I'm a deadline person, and so I always cram at the last minute, and I cannot believe the quality of the input. I shouldn't be surprised, but we've received some really substantive, well-researched input at this final hour. So the motion would be to bring it back on June 3rd or 17th with the staff's best work to consider the final round of feedback and integrate that into a document for mayor and council action.
Second with discussion, Your Honor.
And what date should we insert Corin and team?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I think if you said by June 17th or sooner, that
Okay.
means that if we
There
went to
you
June
go.
3rd, we could still be compliant.
Okay, thank you.
I see that Councilmember Cunningham had some remarks.
Couple things. Thanks for all the people who made some comments about my dad. Some of you don't know that he actually ran the planetary sciences group when he came back to the U of A for a short time. In fact, Dr. Stripmatter and Dr. Wilkening were really close friends. So it means a lot with the planetary sciences group talking. And I agree that we don't have it because we run the Mirror Lab and because we have 4 different observatories, and because we're close to Mount Graham, which is one of the best observatories in the nation. We really should probably take heed to the dark skies piece. Also, Dr. Schwartz, I'm pretty sure we talked a couple times about doing some of the aesthetics language. We may not get all of that, but there was definitely some stuff that I thought we were going to put in there. So I support this motion. I think we need a couple more weeks. The one thing I'll ask is that we have a study session item on this before we go to the night meeting.
Sure.
What about the seconder? Okay, is that, yeah. Any other comments?
I think I would just add that, during my time at the University of Arizona, I directly supported some of our partnerships with NASA. So I can kind of speak to the fact that there are economic advantages to pursuing the certification, and I think it's worthwhile to Councilman Mulick's point. So I also support it.
Okay, with that, we'll go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mixulic? Mayor Tempor Santa Cruz?
Aye. So motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 10.
Tentative budget adoption for fiscal year 2025.
City Manager's Communication Number 160 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23918 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23918 relating to finance, adopting a tentative budget for the 2025-26 fiscal year, fixing the time and place to conduct a public hearing on said budget and adopt the final budget in a special meeting, and fixing the time and place to levy the primary and secondary taxes for said fiscal year.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt the tentative budget as written. I've got some follow-up discussion. Your Honor, and people in the body who are wondering about the budget, tonight we set basically the limit of what we're actually going to spend or what we think we're going to spend over the next year. This budget is extremely responsible. There's an employees package that we've actually gotten some accolades on. There's a couple pieces to it that need tweaks, but be there. We've taken what was originally thought to be a $27 million budget and reduced it all the way down to $6.6 million with 14 different options to fill that gap. It shouldn't be a problem. The other piece is, and this is the one that I really wanted to get in, our property tax levy in the city limits and by the city is going down for like the 4th year in a row. And so I'm proud of that because that's a real testament to the city attorney. And our city attorney runs a risk management group within the city. Our secondary property tax is dictated by how often we get sued. And the reason we're able to reduce it is because we got sued less last year. And that's actually a good thing. So at the end of the day, by statute, we're lowering that secondary property tax, which is a net decrease in property taxes by like 0.01%, but still we're not raising them. And at the end of the day, Tim Tomir, who's been our manager for basically less than a year, has stepped into that role and done an incredible job. So that's why I wanted to make the motion tonight, and I'm supporting this budget.
Any further discussion?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm just going to ask as in sequencing here, before voting to adopt the tentative budget, and the manager's really excited because he's motion to keep coming, but wanted you to vote and take a motion separately on the proposed funding for MEC, so that Councilman Perez can recuse himself from that vote. That can be done first, and then you move forward with the tentative budget as already inclusive.
So do we need to?
Do I need to withdraw and start over? Do I get to do my whole speech again?
Just withdraw it and then make the MEC motion and then.
All right, let me withdraw my motion. I'd like to make a new motion to pass and adopt the MEC portion of the tentative budget.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mixulic? And do I call on Mr. Perez? Oh, no, he has to recuse. Okay, and Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. That motion passes by a vote of 5-0. Thank you. So moving on to the next motion.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to move that we pass and adopt the tentative budget.
Seconded.
Third.
Are we good on the remarks, or are you trying to play it back?
I'm just seeing if Tomir is going to look back up and smile as wide as he was about 2 minutes ago.
All right, with no further discussion, I will do roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
McSulik?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. Resolution 23918 passes by a vote of 6-0. Congratulations, City Manager.
And one more item of business under this, during your study session discussion today relating to the budget, you approved a motion to incorporate certain funding for the PEEPS program, to $250,000. What would be useful because of where we are on the calendar, that might require the execution of certain agreements to make sure that money gets sent over to that program for use through Pima County. If you could approve a motion authorizing the city manager to execute any agreements that are necessary to carry out that direction as given at today's study session.
So moved, Your Honor.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
McSulik?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. All right, item 11, City Manager's Communication Number 145 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record.
Item 11 is zoning ordinance adoption, TPENT 122400028, Irvington Dispensary, West Irvington Road, C2 Marijuana Dispensary. Ordinance number 12167.
This is a request to approve a special exemption land use to allow a marijuana dispensary at 910 West Irvington Road. The parcel is located at the northeast corner of Irvington Road and Interstate 19 within a C2 zone. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good evening. Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, we are.
Madam Mayor.
Your Honor,
Okay.
this word one, you require someone to make the motion
Yeah, I
for
think
it.
I still need the clerk to read the ordinance, So Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read ordinance 12167 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 12167 relating to zoning, a special exception land use, marijuana dispensary, TPENT 122400028, Irvington Dispensary, West Irvington Road, located at 910 West Irvington Road at the intersection of Irvington Road and Interstate 19, approving with conditions the construction of a marijuana dispensary in the C2 zone and setting an effective date.
Thank you, Ms. Clerk. So this is in Ward 1, and we did receive a constituent concern from a family who attends the jiu-jitsu gym nearby. The concern is around potential for the dispensary to attract unwanted crowds. And so I wanted to acknowledge this concern and share the value that our children deserve safe, supportive environments to grow. And also state that to address, the safety piece, this dispensary is required to implement a comprehensive state mandated security plan, including 24-hour video surveillance and monitoring, alarm systems, controlled, trackable key card access, and more. With these features, it will enhance the safety for all nearby businesses, including the gym, by deterring loitering and illegal activity in the shopping center. Additionally, while the dispensary is near a business that serves children, the dispensary is in full compliance with zoning regulations, including distance requirements from schools, parks, and rehabilitation centers. The dispensary will not allow loitering nor outdoor consumption and has no outdoor seating. With only the single concern raised and knowing that these safety measures are in place, I recommend moving forward with approval in line with the city manager's and zoning examiner's recommendation. If one of my colleagues could help me move this forward.
So moved. Your Honor, I move we pass and adopt 12167.
Worth it.
And we have a second?
Yes. Seconded.
All right. Any discussion? Roll call?
Mixulic,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham, Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Aye. Ordinance 12167 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 12, City Manager's Communication Number 142 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request for approval of a wireless communication facility as a special exemption land use. This special exemption site is located at 3410 South 16th Avenue, approximately 1/2 mile north of Ajo Way and just east of Interstate 19. The city manager and zoning examiner recommend approval of the rezoning request. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good evening.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes.
Ms. Clerk, you're requested to read ordinance 12166 by number and title only.
I'll read the title first and then the ordinance. It's zoning ordinance adoption TPENT 12240030 Milagros Tower, South 16th Avenue, MH1 Wireless Communications Facility. Ordinance number 12166 relating to zoning, a special exception land use wireless communication facility TPENT 12240030 Milagros Tower, 16th Avenue, 1/2 mile north of Ajo Way, and 150 feet east of the Interstate 19, approving with conditions the construction of a wireless communication facility, 80 feet in height, located in the MH1 zone, and setting an effective date.
This too is in Ward 1, so I'd be looking for my council colleagues to move and approve the rezoning as recommended by the zoning examiner and adopt ordinance 12166.
So moved. Second.
Roll call, any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mr. Perez,
Aye.
Ms. Mixulic,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham, Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Aye. Ordinance 12166 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 13,
Zoning City Manager's Report TPENT 10240020 East 22nd Street 10041 East 22nd Street SR to RX2.
City Manager's Communication Number 143 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record. This request to rezone an approximately 4.3 acre parcel from Suburban Ranch Zone, SR, to RX2 Residence Zone to allow for the development of 5 one-story single-family homes on lot sizes consistent with surrounding development. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good evening, Rob Longacre, WB Group, here on behalf of the property owner applicant, Vacant Lot LLC.
Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
We are, yes.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, this is a SR2 land remnant. This is a pretty good infill project. It's all single story, surrounded by single story, except where it's surrounded by C1. So I think we're in good shape and good job on the project. Good luck on your build. I move that we pass and adopt the item.
Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. 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 Any opposed? Motion carried.
Thank you very much, Council Member. And thank you very much.
Item 14,
Zoning City Manager's Report TPENT 12240029 PCCLT North Linda Avenue R2 to 03.
City Manager's Communication Number 140 dated May 20th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone 3 residential parcels totaling approximately 3/4 of an acre from R2 to 03. The subject parcels are located at 17 North Linda Avenue, just north of Congress Street, North Linda Avenue is a local street not defined in the major streets and routes plan. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Good evening, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Lexi Wellett here with the Planning Center, and on behalf of the Pima County Community Land Trust, we are agreeable to all the zoning conditions.
Thank you. This is also in Ward 1, so I'd be looking for one of my council colleagues to move to approve the request for authorization to rezone as recommended by the zoning examiner.
So moved, Your Honor.
Seconded.
Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carried. Item 15.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, June 3rd, 2025 at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you very much.